Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome live from the Silver State to Angel of Thy Night Radio in a very special episode called Dishonest BrzuCOWski in Restrain This. And some of you might want to know, what is Angel of Thy Night Radio? Well, it's a place where comedy meets reality, and today you're going to get a little bit of both. You're going to get a little bit of comedy. You're going to get a little reality. And we're also going to roast the great BrzuCOWski. And a lot of people want to know, like, what's the backstory to the episode? Why host a roast? Why do an episode such as this? Because under normal circumstances, over the years, I've had a lot of women do me wrong. I've met girls, and they've literally screwed me over in the past. We all have been heartbroken, men and women alike, true or not. But sometimes, every once in a while, you come across somebody who just deserves that kind of recognition. And I'm not going to even use their name, because they don't deserve to be called by their name. Not after the horrible shit they've done. When somebody does horrible shit, I'm not going to even acknowledge their name. They don't even deserve that much. And some people want to know, well, who is BrzuCOWski? Well, BrzuCOWski is some girl, notice I say girl, that I had met on a dating app. Nowadays things are different. Back in the day, you went out, you met people, you asked people on dates in person. It's a whole different ball game. But now that Generation Z is growing up with cell phones and electronics, the only thing there is nowadays is virtual dating. Basically, everything's either done via cell phone, dating app. There's just a lack of reality, if you want to put it in nice terms. It's a lack of reality type of dating. Personally, myself, I'm more of an upfront, in-your-face type of person. And most women that I've met in the past were not from dating apps, per se. But, I've been giving them a try the last few years because I figured to myself, it's what everybody uses. It might be a good way to meet people. And, some people, they go on these dating apps and they take advantage of the situation because they're on apps and they're going through a million guys trying to find the richest guy, the best looking guy, sleep with this dude, sleep with that dude, and the same goes both ways. I mean, I'm not being sexist in any kind of way. But BrzuCOWski, I had met almost a year and a half ago. And like I said, under normal circumstances, most women I kind of keep a distance with because I'm kind of leery of those types of apps. Because, if you religiously are on an app and you're pushing the whole marriage and love issue and you're that desperate to be on a site like that to meet tons and tons and tons of people, you're just going to get the same results over and over again. And some people can be anything they want to be on those type of apps. They can use phone filters in their pics. BrzuCOWski, if you ever look at BrzuCOWski, it's always from the chin up in her pictures because you don't want to show what's from here and down. Like most women that are on those apps, a lot of times it's basically a facade. It's facade dating. You think, oh well, she's cute, and then you meet them in person and they're like 400 fucking pounds and they don't exercise and they're drunk all the time and this and that. And I'm not saying that that's the case with BrzuCOWski, but what I am saying is, today you guys are about to get one hell of a filthy, raunchy, and heartless roast here on Angel of Thy Night Radio. So you better sit back, because it's going to be like a roller coaster ride, and you're going to want to hold on tight. Especially you, BrzuCOWski, because I know you're going to be watching. Because that's just who you are. I mean, it's like, it's amazing how things escalate in life because people use cell phones and everything's done virtually to communicate. And the thing is, the differences between using cell phones and apps and being real in person is that in person you can hash things out. You can work things out with a person. Even if you no longer want to date, you no longer want to see each other, you can see where each other stands. But you can't do that over a dating app. You can't do that through text. And BrzuCOWski lives on her phone. So obviously, if you say one thing and it's misunderstood, you're going to get served with a restraining order. And that's exactly what happened. I got served with the restraining order, which is totally invalid. And I'll break it down for our audience today, and then you guys can tell me, okay? Because, people nowadays are asshats. Let's face it. People hide behind their phones. They hide behind an app. That's the whole point of an app, is that you get to hide behind it, and you don't have to be real. You can see somebody, and then one day you decide, hey, I don't want to work it out with this person. I'll just go on an app and meet somebody else. And everything's done via cell phone. You get dumped through text. You get dumped on a dating app. Sometimes people want to go on dates. They want to go on dates virtually through a dating app. Like, let's FaceTime. We'll just go on a date FaceTiming. I don't think so, man. I don't think so. I'm more of an up-in-your-face type of guy. And, my son said to me, because when I told him about Dishonest BrzuCOWski, he said, really? Because my son had met her when she came to one of my basketball practices. He was all excited. He was all excited because he thought it was nice that I actually had met somebody that I could spend quality time with. And he goes, I cannot believe that girl ditched you through a text after hanging out with her for a year and a half. I'm like, yeah. I mean, when you sit there when you sit there and you continuously spend time with somebody and you do all these nice things for them, the least they could do is dump you eye to eye to your face. And BrzuCOWski is not like that. BrzuCOWski is like the most evasive person you will ever meet. And I know a lot about her more than she thinks because, some of my friends are on her Facebook friends list. I'm not going to tell her who, but I just think it's hilarious. These people always think on an app, oh, he won't know me, he won't see. I see all the time girls on dating apps, and then I go to somewhere like Walmart or I go to Smith's grocery store, and you run into them. And sometimes it's the other way around, because I have actually some stalkers. I remember once this meth head was harassing me on an app, and the meth head seen me in the store and happened to work there and was like chasing me around, and I'm just like, go away, you know what I'm saying? But that's just that's the reality we live in nowadays. We live in a reality where everything's done virtually, electronically, and there's just it's not personable. Even for ending a friendship or ending a relationship, sometimes it's better to be in person and talk about things, because what if you're wrong? What if things get taken the wrong way via email or via text? What if you don't understand each other and there's miscommunications, or you take things the wrong way because you see words on a screen and you don't see the emotion behind it? And that's kind of where I'm at right now. But I'm going to fill you in on who the great Dishonest BrzuCOWski is, and then we're going to get live right into the roast. No sense in wasting time, everybody. So hold on to your seats, get ready to laugh your ass off. And who is BrzuCOWski? I'm going to give you a little bit of a background, okay? This should be her dating app. This is what it should actually say, okay? She's a college dropout. She's 21 years old, college dropout, has scholarships to anywhere, but decided, I'm going to drop out of college because back then, she knew some man in a nursing home who was paying her rent. God knows what the hell she was doing with him, but paying her rent, and she was hoping to get his life insurance and his money, and he died before he was able to apparently sign it over to her. That's her story, like, what a kook, man. But, the other thing is, why attend college when you're waiting for your rich grandfather to die, because he's going to give you one of the houses he owns, and he's going to give you all his money in his bank account, and you're just going to sell one of those houses, and you're just going to live off that money happily ever after. Whatever. So college dropout, that's what we need to put in her profile, because if I was going to create if I was her and I was sitting her down, I'd say, hey, why don't you create a profile like this? Because this is the real honest fucking profile. This is the real honest profile, and this is what should have been in her profile. College dropout, bipolar, not on her meds. Her excuse is, Well, I don't want to take my meds, even though I'm bipolar, batshit insane, crying, freaking out in public, thinking everyone's out to get me, everyone, she tried to claim once that Tammy tried to run her over. But see, I know I caught her in the lie because she was at her vehicle. And then Tammy pulled in my driveway, and she was already like 2 houses over, and she's like, she almost hit me. Bullshit, dude. The way I see it is, if you're that batshit insane, you need meds. And her excuse is, and she should put this in her dating profile. She should put it in her dating profile. I'm bipolar. I'm not on my meds because I don't want to miss out on life's good experiences. I know a lot of people who have mental health problems and are on meds. They're not missing out on life's good experiences because they don't take their meds. Taking care of your mental health is a very important part of your life. And in over a year of knowing her, she didn't take her meds. So mentally, you could see her decline. And I don't even care what she says to her friends or whatever the case is. I've been around a lot of people. I was married to a woman, some of you know, I was married to a crazy woman. She was like violently bipolar. And when this woman took her meds, we had 6 months of a really good marriage. And then all of a sudden she stopped taking her meds, and then the violence ensued, and the fits and everything else. And it kind of reminded me of Dishonest BrzuCOWski. Because honestly, when you think about it, this is a person who has not had no therapy, no meds, no mental health treatment. This is a person, by the way, who spent time in mental institutions as a teenager. So there's obviously something wrong. I mean, if you are 16, 17, maybe 18 years old, and you're spending time in institutions, and then you just decide one day, hey, I'm not going to take my meds, I'm not, it's going to affect your friendships, it's going to affect your relationships, it's going to affect your job, it's going to affect how you interact with the people who care about you. And so, put that in your fucking dating profile. Restrain this. But anyways, I mean, nothing against Generation Z. I've always had a thing for younger girls. Because I like younger girls because I like to find girls that don't sleep around, that don't have a million STDs. I like to find girls that aren't a walking STD. And I met her because I thought, hey, she's a younger girl, maybe she doesn't sleep around, maybe she's a nice person, maybe she actually wants a nice guy to spend time with, who's more mature and responsible and actually wants to be her best friend. And when I met her at the time, this is that person who had no friends, who claimed her mom was abusing her, her only boyfriend previously, she had one boyfriend when I met her, and I don't even know if you'd call it a boyfriend, but apparently she met some dude and just literally pushed her way into his house and started living with him and his mom, and claims that this dude heavily abused her and all this other stuff. And it's and it was always ranting to me on about how he would go to work and leave her at the house for hours by herself. Well, yeah, people gotta work, people gotta pay their bills. The world doesn't revolve around you. Then again, maybe it does. I don't know. But Generation Z is like the lazy generation. What's in lazy? The word. What letter is in lazy? The letter Z, Generation Z. And this is a very lazy individual. And when I say lazy, I'm talking the first job that BrzuCOWski had ever gotten is when she was 20 years old. Come on, dude, I was working at 14 years old. By the time I was 17, I had 3 jobs. When I was 15, I had my own car. Nobody gave me cars. I didn't grow up rich. Everything I had in life that I had to earn. I had to learn. I had to earn. There was no lazy way out. My dad wasn't giving me cars. My mom wasn't paying my bills. And this is somebody who's so lazy that she works at the mall with a bunch of... She works at the mall in retail at a place called Torrid. And you guys know what Torrid is. It's a plus size ladies' clothing store. Honestly, I think most of their clothing is rather ugly and very expensive and cheaply made. I really do. I really do, now that I look back at it in some of the products. And, you know, we're dealing with a person who works at the mall, first job at 20, her dad bought her first car, gave it to her. It must be nice when dad, you know, buys you a PT Cruiser, or your grandfather hands you a Ford Explorer truck. It must be really nice to have somebody who just hands you things. And what's that make you? Self-entitled. Because if you're surely looking for handouts, you are never going to work on your friendships. You're never going to work on anything. Even with someone like me who's in your life, or was in your life, you're really not going to work at things because you feel you deserve everything to be handed to you. You know, buy me this, buy me that, do this for me, do that for me, move in, like get a place, we'll live together. You know, so very lazy person. Lazy in bed, lazy friend, lazy girlfriend, call her whatever you want, lazy individual. In fact, when it comes to someone like that who doesn't want to walk, and you know, people that just, it's like going to Walmart, and you get these people who don't want to walk. They get these scooters and they ride around. I've seen people in their 30s like that, and it's laziness is what it is. Those should be reserved for handicapped people. But it's the same thing with her. It's the same thing with BrzuCOWski. She carries her deceased grandmother's handicap sticker. That way, if she doesn't feel like walking, she can put the handicap sticker up in the window. I'm not stupid. I mean, if you're going to be lazy enough where you don't want to walk, then you're obviously going to be lazy with your friendships and your relationships and all that. And, you know, truthfully, a lot of Generation Z is lazy. Not all of it, but some of it is. I have a lot of young friends. I have friends 18, 19, 20. I get along with everybody. We're all human beings. We all have different experiences. We're all at different points in our life. And I try not to judge. But I do judge laziness. I do. So lazy, in fact, that when she was in high school, she was one of these girls that was like, I'm not taking PE. I'm too good for physical education. Instead, just put me in band. Give me a band credit instead. I have nothing against orchestra. I have nothing against band. I listen to a lot of classical music. What I see is a pattern. Like basically like, you know, you're 300 pounds now. You're 300 pounds back then. And you'll always be lazy and big because you choose to not exercise. It's just pure laziness. And you were that way in high school, and you're that way now. Maybe that's why she got rid of me, right? Because she found out that this summer her and I were going to go on some hiking trips, and by golly, that would require you to actually get up off your fat fucking ass and exercise. And you think a BrzuCOWski is going to exercise? Come on. I remember once I told her, you know, I'm always an honest guy. Over the years, I've dated curvy women, big women, BBWs, petite girls. I don't really have a preference. I don't like people who are morbidly obese. If you're overweight because you have a medical problem, thyroid problem, whatever. Okay, but if you're overweight because you're stuffing Twinkies in your goddamn fucking mouth every day, and you don't exercise, and you just want to sit around and have everybody hand you everything, then, you know, you deserve what you get. But I remember one day I told her, I was like, you know, I would like you to be in better shape. And one day she like gets up next to me and says, well, maybe near my work they have a gym and I could go work out. Don't tell me that. Do it for yourself. Don't do it for me. Okay? You want to, you know, and I truly believe that. Like, you guys look at me, okay? I'm looking at my best right now. I'm about 195. I'm not going to get better than that. But at least I'm not morbidly obese. I hike, I exercise, I play basketball because I don't want to be some obese guy that sits on my couch with no hair scratching my fucking ass all day. I want to look good for the women I'm with. I want to look good. I know that by exercising and keeping myself this way, I'm not going to be riding around with the scooter with my ass cheeks hanging out the sides. And I could see BrzuCOWski by the time she's 40 years old, one of those Walmart women that's on a scooter because she's just too lazy to walk. Like, why should I use my tree stump legs, you know? But I remember that. She says, maybe I just go exercise. Maybe you should exercise because that's just part of life. And in no way, shape, or form am I laughing at fat people or anything. And I'm not laughing at her. As a matter of fact, if anybody's doing the laughing while watching this, you're laughing at her expense for the stupid shit that that BrzuCOWski has done. And so I'm giving you a little background information because this is the type of shit that should be put in a dating profile, don't you agree? But don't take my word for it. But if you see BrzuCOWski on a dating app, just imagine me writing her profile for her. But who is BrzuCOWski? Well, came from Redwood City. You know, just came from Redwood City area, San Mateo area of California. One of these rich, spoiled brats. Basically, never spanked, never disciplined, only child. Nice houses, money in the family, you know. And then they move here, and back in the day, living in Carson City, Minden, Reno area, you could buy a nice fucking a nice house for a couple $100,000. You could go in California, sell your house for $1 million, and turn around and buy 3-4 properties here. And that's exactly what her family did. They came out here, they bought property at a relatively low price. Nothing I can't stand more than a rich, spoiled brat. And that's basically what she is. That's why she treats people the way she does. People are just there to do her bidding, basically, because she's a rich, spoiled Californian brat. And I have no issue saying that. I have no issue saying that because the way I look at it is, you know, I have always been one of these people that earns a living. Like, for example, last week, I got paid $3,000. That's how much work I did last week. And I'm proud of myself. I earned that money. I can go right now and go buy myself another truck. I have the money to go buy another truck because I work. And I don't work at the mall selling fat women's clothing. I don't. And the funny thing is about her working at the mall, all she does is stand by the register and goes like this with the shirt. Looks at the register, turns around, does the same thing with the shirt. You call that work? That's not work. She don't know what work is. She got a job offer at a bank and said, well, that's too much work. I don't want to have to work. You know, I'd rather be in retail because I get a big discount where I work and I could just buy clothes and I've never met anybody. This is a person that when they're working at the mall, they work at the place not because they want to take their paycheck and put gas in their truck, pay their own car insurance, pay their own rent, all that kind of jazz. It is basically they work to buy clothing from the store that they work from. And not just clothing. It's the same clothing. Like, she'll buy the same color pair of pants 5 times. They sell these dresses that she wears. They look like tablecloths. There's just this big black dress. They're not sexy. They're rather kind of a turnoff. But, you know, I was trying to be nice about shit. She buys the same dress like 3 times. It's like, you know, instead of, you know, what is it? You're too lazy to do laundry, so you got to buy 5 of the same outfit? So that way you don't have to wash the outfit when you sweat in it? But I've never met anybody, and I, you know, like I said, I have a lot of lady friends, but none of them buy the same dress or the same pair of pants or the same shoes 5 different times. You know, it's like, you look at her shopping cart, she's at my house showing me, I got these items from where I work, and you see the same dress like 5 times, and just like, what? You know what I'm saying? There are starving kids in Africa. Instead of buying the dress 5 times, how about you give some of that money to some of those kids who really need a chance at life? Charity. Be a good person. Stop thinking of yourself. So let's finish her dating profile, because I'm trying to put a profile together for you people, okay? It's pretty funny when you think about it, but the profile doesn't contain that she's like 250 to 300 pounds. You don't know that. Let's finish putting the profile together, shall we? Okay? When I met her, she says to me, does my weight bother you? I said to her, well, you know, I don't mind. I don't judge things based on weight. I judge things on how you treat me and personality. However, if you are an awful person, I mean, if you're ugly inside, if you're ugly outside, and you're also ugly inside, then you kind of deserve to be laughed at, don't you think? If you're a bad person inside, and you're god-awful ugly on the outside. See, I'm not a person who laughs at people for their outer shell. I'm really not. Because I'm not the best looking guy on the planet. I try to maintain my looks, I try to maintain myself, and I don't make up excuses. You know, if I, like, over the holidays I gain a lot of weight. I eat a lot of pie, I eat well around the holidays, and I admit it. Hey, you know, I'm fat. I got fat. I ate too much pie. I ate too much cookies. I ate too much baked goods. I ate things I wasn't supposed to. But when I met her, she always used to be like, do I turn you off? Well, no. What turns me on is how you treat me and how you act inside. But if you're an ugly soul inside and an ugly person inside, you're definitely very ugly on the outside. And that's, I guess, what I'm trying to say is that these are details you don't know. Because when you look at a dating profile and you're on a dating app, you don't see all this kind of shit. You don't see that the person's obese and then they try to make up excuses and say, well, the reason why I'm 250 pounds is I just eat yogurt and fruit. That's it every day. I don't even eat for days. You know what? If you don't eat for days, you're going to start dropping weight. It's just the way it goes, man. If you don't eat, it's malnourishment. And you will lose weight. I mean, I remember one time I had surgery and I didn't, like, eat hardly for a few months. A little bit here and there. I remember I, like, dropped, like, 80 pounds, man. So, she tried to tell me when I met her, the reason why she's as large as she is because she eats yogurt and doesn't know what's wrong with her. You know, until after spending time, after a while, you see fucking little Debbie snacks shoved in boxes everywhere and in her back seat. I remember once we went to go see a movie, she goes, do not look in my back seat, it's a mess. Do not look back there. Why can't I look in your back seat? Who cares if I turn around and look? What do you got stashed back there that you can't let me see? So on my way out, I was getting out of the vehicle, I couldn't help but not notice there was boxes of little Debbie. And I said, oh, that's why you don't want me looking. And I wasn't being mean. But the point is that if you want to sit there and eat high fructose corn syrup snack cakes and live on those, then don't sit there and say that you have a medical problem. That is not a medical problem, okay? You are shoving junk food in your face. And she says, well, my mom buys those for me, and I just donate them. Really? Where do you donate them to? The church? Where do you donate them to? The church food pantry? Needy kids around the inner city of Reno? Please. You know, it's like, don't lie to me, okay? When somebody dumps you through a text, and I know some of you have been dumped through a text. I was dumped through a text. Whether what we had is friendship or whatever her and I had, she dumped me through a text. And I sit there and I look back and I think, because for a while I was hard on myself. But then my friends started saying to me, the only reason why someone would do it through a text is they're trying to avoid you. And if they're trying to avoid you, then they must be guilty or did something wrong. So, you know, prove me wrong. All day long. All day long. You can tell me that that's not it. But that's what it is. You know, when I was dumped through a text, I asked my friends about that. My friends said that somebody who is not guilty will never avoid you. Because if they have to avoid looking at you in the eye and telling you to get the fuck out of their life, they're obviously guilty or they've done something wrong. And it's the same thing with the Little Debbie snacks. You wouldn't care if I seen Little Debbie in the back seat if you were not chowing down on the Little Debbie. But see, when I met you, you originally tell me, hey, I'm obese because I have a medical problem. Sorry, but Twinkies and Little Debbies are not a medical problem. It sounds like it's a you problem, BrzuCOWski. A you problem. But the truth is, the real truth is that if you were not eating those, you'd say, my mom buys me Little Debbies and they're in the back seat, and I don't want you to think that I'm eating junk food, because I didn't want her eating junk food, because I felt like, you know, you are 20 years old, 21 years old, and you're almost 300 pounds, and you're off your fucking meds, you're batshit insane, randomly fucking crying, making up fucking stories, yet you want the good Lord. You want the good Lord to be with you? Who are you kidding? You know, it's funny on dating apps, because when a girl gets, you know, here's the thing. I treated Dishonest BrzuCOWski really good. As a girl, I wanted to treat good. I wanted to get her out hiking. I wanted to be her best friend. Me and her talked about having kids. We were trying every month, supposedly trying every month. Thank God that didn't happen, because I definitely do not want a kid with somebody like that. Just fucking lazy. Just straight up lazy. I would end up it'd be like my ex-wife all over again. I'd end up taking care of the child and financially providing everything and doing everything. Meanwhile, she'd be sitting on her ass shoving Twinkies in her mouth. Or up her ass when I'm not around. How the fuck should I know? You don't get to be that size from eating yogurt and shoving fucking oranges and apples in your mouth. You don't! She should also put that she commits voter fraud in her dating profile. This is somebody who brags to be a conservative, politically conservative person. Huge Donald Trump supporter. Goes to Donald Trump fucking rallies with her mom. You know, is anti-rape, anti-this, anti-that, but yet Donald Trump goes out there and, you know, he's accused by over 20 women of rape. And I don't care either way. What your political views are is what your political views are. I don't like politicians in general. I don't like Washington. I think government's gotten too big, to be honest. So I'm just kind of like against the whole establishment. But this is somebody that commits voter fraud. This is somebody that doesn't live with her mom, but yet when the mail-in ballots come to her mom's house, her mom fills it out and sends it in. And she don't even have a say in the vote. Because she doesn't care. It's like, yeah, you sound like you care about the Constitution and being politically conservative. Politically conservative people care about the right to vote. They sit there and they fill out their own ballot and send it in. They don't have mommy just fill out whatever and send it in. That is voter fraud. It is illegal, and it's a felony here in Nevada. You can't just go fill out somebody's ballot, even a family member's, and send it in. And so, you know, this is the type of person that I haven't even gotten to the tip of the iceberg. This is the type of person that I had to deal with. And I look back and I think, what was I thinking? What was I thinking trying to be nice to this person, trying to be good to this person? This person's not good to me. This person's not even good for Washington, D.C. This person is so lazy that they can't even fill in their own voting ballot. And for me, politics is not that important, but you know what? I always vote for myself. I don't have my friends or Tammy or family or anybody else filling out my ballots and sending them in. And I'm a registered voter. I'm a registered independent. But I still fill out my own ballots. This is a person that claims it has had it worse than anybody. Worse than me. I grew up abused. I grew up almost killed as a kid. My mom was one time I had a stalker, it dragged her out to the backyard. I think they shot the guy outside my window. I grew up, I was an orphan. I was also kidnapped by my mom back. My stepfather was a mean alcoholic who raped my mom daily, abused my mom, abused my sister, abused me. And This girl has the nerve to tell me that she has had it so bad in life when her family takes her to fucking Thailand for a grand adventure. Sounds like you have it bad. Family's giving you cars, you don't have to work till you're 20, you got a college scholarship, which you don't even utilize. Yeah, you have it so bad, you're just so abused, so abused. Unless there's something I'm missing. Sometimes women do horrible things to men. Because women get raped, they get abused, they get this and that, they have horrible things happen to them, and they turn it around and they decide that I'm going to start victimizing others because I was a victim. And they go around playing the victim game, so then they think, well, I'm going to do the victimizing from now on. And, when you look at my life, I was one of these kids that was bullied every day, beat up on the school bus, beat up at the school bus stop. Teachers were abusing me, kids were abusing me. I'd come home, my stepfather would be drunk, abusing me. My whole childhood was a fucking nightmare. And this girl insults me and tells me she had it bad. When her grandfather's going to give her, so she says, one of his houses, and how she gets handed cars and gets handed this and that. Yeah, you have it so bad. Let's compare. Let's compare. But she claims she's had it worse than anyone. This is also a person who, if she made her dating profile correct, she should have put that if you date me, you must date my mom. Because her mom's involved in everything. It doesn't matter. This is somebody that goes out drinking with her mom. I mean, she's underage and her mom's taking her to concerts and getting her daughter drunk. Even though alcoholism runs in her family. Her father's had DUIs, her father's obviously an alcoholic. And still is, still going to bars, She claims her mom's used to be an alcoholic. Her mom's still a fucking heavy drinker. It doesn't matter. They're all heavy drinkers. And then she wants to turn around and be like the rest of them. I mean, I think the uncle had died of alcoholism too. And it's like, what's that tell you, man? You don't need to be near bars. You don't need to be drinking at concerts and getting drunk. And that was always a concern when I spent time with her. I'm like, I don't want you going to bars. I don't want you even getting drunk. You want to have a few drinks? Have a few drinks with me. I will buy the booze. But at least I will do it safely. You know what I'm saying? I'm not one of these people that like my stepfather was an alcoholic, so I will never become an alcoholic. That's the last thing I ever want to do is fuck up my life like that. But she doesn't care, because if she had put it in her profile in the beginning before I met her that, hey, I talk to my mom 24 hours a day. If I date you, my mom's going to be involved. Her mom had her hands involved in everything. We couldn't even sit through a movie without her every single time on her phone, texting her mom. Fighting with her mom, swearing at her mom swearing back to her. Fuck you, cunt. Fuck you, cunt back. It's just constant, so toxic, man. The last thing any man ever wants to do is spend time with a woman or a girl, not a woman, but a girl, and find out that girl is constantly arguing with her mom. You're out to dinner, she's arguing with her mom. You're watching a movie, she's arguing with her mom. You're playing basketball, she's on the phone with her mom. All the time. It's like, last I checked, you do live on your own out in Reno, and why do you need to talk to your mom every single day, every single hour? I mean, was this some kind of conspiracy? Is mom trying to give you dating tips and shit? You know what I'm saying? Is mom trying to find out the details? It's just, little do men know it, but some people are just that crazy. I never get involved with women who are overly involved with their parents. Because even when they're 30 years old, mom's still calling the shots in your relationship. Sexually, the things you do in life, all the private business, there are a lot of things that are personal. And there was no boundaries with Dishonest BrzuCOWski. None whatsoever. She's one of these type of people that would be like, hey, my mom, I'm talking to my mom. We'd be in the middle of watching a movie, having a good time. She'd be fighting with her mom. And we made a decision that we would try to have start off and try to have, we try to each month, around that, we try each month to try to have a kid. And her mom was involved in that too. Oh, you should get an abortion if you get pregnant. I got an abortion when I was younger. Good for you. Why are you talking about that shit with your mom? Why? You know what I'm saying? It's personal shit, man. She doesn't need to be involved. I mean, she is not going to be a mom or a dad. She's past her prime. Now she's some divorced, overweight, fat bitch with no goddamn life. Yes, BrzuCOWski, I'm calling her a fat bitch. Deal with it. But, you know, some women are just, some people are just that crazy. You know, sometimes you get women that date guys and they can't put the phone down with their mom. They're always talking to their mom. And it's great to have a close relationship. But you don't sit there and say, my mom's was an abusive alcoholic. And I'm like, did she hit you? No. Okay, whatever. You know what I'm saying? But you don't sit there and call her a fucking cunt every time you're at my house. You're calling your mom a fucking cunt, and then you're turning around, and you're wasting all that time that you could be spending with me, you want to spend instead with her. Like, go text on your own fucking time. I think men need to know. If you see BrzuCOWski in a dating ad, you need to know that you will be involved. If you have kids with BrzuCOWski, or you date BrzuCOWski, or you have some kind of relationship, you are also going to have one with her mom. Okay? She's going to call the shots behind the scenes. That's what mom does. So, gentlemen, be prepared that if you see BrzuCOWski on an app, you see the Dishonest BrzuCOWski, you know that you're also going to be involved with her mom. It's a three-way relationship. Because even if you're involved with her, you know the whole time she's going to be talking about you to her mom. Because that's what she does. You know, anything you do private, she's telling her mom everything. All the personal shit, telling her mom everything. But yet she hates her mom. Her mom's a fucking abusive bitch. You know, the funny thing about her mom is her mom doesn't remember. But her mom actually knows people that I know. But her mom doesn't understand. Her mom doesn't realize that. Her mom doesn't even know. And that's what's so funny about it. It's like her mom always hated me because I'm polyamorous. I'm also in my 40s. I mean, there's just a whole list of things of why her mom never liked me. But it's not her mom's say. You know, her mom is a 60-year-old woman, this 60-year-old fat, lonely woman, who the only job she can find is like a $12 an hour job at a gas station or, you know, or a casino cleaning ashtrays. You know what I'm saying? And I have no problem saying that. I have no problem saying that because according to Dishonest BrzuCOWski, your mom's just a gold-digging drunk bitch. But of course, a gold-digging drunk bitch that pays her rent, buys her groceries, pays for her gasoline, pays her utility bills, pays for everything for that matter. I remember once seeing her mom send her a message saying, I don't have that much money to buy you groceries. So, just keep in mind, gentlemen, if you decide you want to go on an app like Coffee Meets Bagel or Hinge or whatever the case, and you come across BrzuCOWski, just realize she attributes her obese size to her mother because her mom apparently is buying her Little Debbie's that she don't eat, that she's donating, by the way. You know what? If I was going to donate food, I wouldn't be donating Little Debbie's. Okay, I'd make sure kids have vegetables and fruits and pasta and things that are going to make them healthy, and orange juice and all those good things. You know, juice and fruits and vegetables and things like that. So it's like, don't give me that. Don't give me that. We're almost done with the profile. Then we can get on with the roast, everybody. Of course, you might consider this the roast. I don't know. Another thing about BrzuCOWski is when I met her, she had no friends. She used to tell me, you're my favorite person in the world. You are my best friend. You are my best friend. And I wanted to be. I really did. I wanted to sit down. I wanted to help this person out and try to show them a little bit about the world and about what a real friend does for somebody and about what somebody that cares about you, the things that they do. But even I have my limits. But the thing is that when she turned 21, she's like, I ran into somebody from high school. And this girl's like a major hoe. This is one of these, all her friends, almost every one of them, is 250 pounds plus. The same friends that she talks about behind their back and says that they sleep with 500 dudes, and they told her, how come you don't just sleep with a bunch of guys and lie to him? They don't need to sleep around with a bunch of guys to make themselves feel like they're beautiful. Okay, but her friend and her go out to the bar, and both of them. I told her, I said, when you go out with your friend and I take a picture for me. Send me a selfie. Because I always have lady friends. They go out, they'll stick their tongue out, send me a selfie, joke around with me, show me their cute outfits and stuff. Never got one. I go to her Facebook, I see her and her friend taking a selfie in the mirror. And all you see is these fucking shirts. They're wearing tops, they're wearing clothes that are tighter than what they should be wearing for their size. In other words, it's like trying to fit somebody that's 300 pounds into a 150 pound person outfit. So the fat's all bulging out the fucking, every scene there's fat bulging on out. Every scene. And I mean, this girl's like a hoe. This girl leaves her kids at home. According to Dishonest BrzuCOWski, she leaves her kid at home and gets drunk every Friday, Saturday, fucking all the bouncers, fucking all the dudes. And then you wanna bitch about it, but then you want to hang out with that person and take selfies in the mirror. Okay. Back then when I met her and she was 20 and wasn't going to bars and all that stuff with her fat friends, it was all, Rick, you are my favorite person in the world. You're the most handsome guy. I just love you to death. You're so good to me. I love the time we spend together. Yeah, you do. You do. And all of a sudden, you want to idolize somebody like that. We have to be careful who we idolize in life. And the thing is that I sit there and I look up to certain people, and there are certain people I will not look up to. And so if you sit there and you go out with your fat friends and they're sleeping around with the bouncers and taking you to seedy places and getting drunk where they can't even stand, that's who you want to idolize? After you're sitting there saying, my mom was an alcoholic and my uncle was an alcoholic. Bullshit, dude. Bullshit, dude. You're just as much part of that scene as they were. You're just like them. Nothing makes you, what makes you any different than anybody else? When you start getting involved in that kind of scene and that kind of lifestyle, going to fucking dive bars and shit like that, I've always been, I've done the bar scene, I've done clubs on very occasion. Right now, I go out here and there to a place up in Reno with some friends of mine, and and these are some good people. They've introduced me to some single ladies and stuff like that, and they're really nice girls. They're really nice girls. But the thing is that I sit there and I watch that scene, and I sit there at the bar and I sit there and I listen to music. I watch, and I mean the amount of desperation, and I think, wow, that's probably what Dishonest BrzuCOWski and her friends look like. Just drunk, desperate, looking for guys to buy them drinks, whoring around. Who fucking knows? Who knows? But it's not anything I would ever want to get involved with per se. And you shouldn't even be on a dating app looking for a boyfriend or a guy, some stability with the guy, because you're not stable. You're not. You know what I mean? You're just being like the rest of these bimbos out there. And if you're gonna act like a bimbo, if you're gonna act like a bimbo, then you deserve to be treated like a bimbo, true or not. So don't act like a bimbo, is my advice. So we'll add that to her profile too. We'll put that in her profile, desperate, fat, drunk bimbo, and all her fat, desperate, whorish friends. And her friends may come to this video. I'm gonna tell you right now, yes, she talks about you. She talks about everybody. Okay, because she's two-faced. That is how Dishonest BrzuCOWski does things. Her mom's two-faced, she's two-faced, it's two peas in a pod, like mother like daughter like mother. Her mother's living through her fuck fest. Her mom wants to know what guy she's fucking, what guy she's hanging with, what she's doing with these dudes. It's just sick. It's sick. The last thing I want to do is sleep with a girl And then her mom knows all the fucking juicy details. Because if you're going to tell your mom all the juicy details, I might as well be banging your mother. And truth be told, sometimes I'd rather bang the mother than the daughter. Because at least with the mother, it is just that cut and fucking dry. No bullshit, no games. And then, let's not even get into the whole period thing. Dishonest BrzuCOWski is scared of her own period. Now, most women know you ovulate every month, you go through your menstruation cycle, you get a period. This is the only woman I have ever met in my life who is like scared of her own fucking period. Look, I just purposely want to be on birth control because I don't want a period. Well, you are a female. You know, I can't do nothing about blue balls. Why should you be able to do something about your period? My balls get blue. I look at a hot girl, my balls are fucking, I get blue balls, man. That shit fucking hurts. Ain't nothing I can do about it. But seriously, I have never met anybody who pisses and moans and bitches because we were trying to have a baby for about a year. We were trying to have a kid together because I'm getting older, and I told her, I said, now's the time to try. And here's the thing. If any woman wants to really be with me, then you need to give me what I have not had. Because I've never had a woman in my life want to have my children. I had both my kids accidentally through my marriage. Years and years ago. And that woman that I was married to did not want either one of those kids. So it's like, you know, you got to give me something to get something. It's got to go both ways. Just saying. But all I ever did was get bitched at constantly. Oh, it's your fault I get my periods because we're trying to have kids. Oh yeah, that's usually how it works. If you don't get your period, you're not going to ovulate. And if you don't ovulate, you're not going to have kids. So I had to always take heat for that shit too because I wanted a child. So it was always my fault that she got her period. Like, you are, last I checked, you are a female, correct? When I met Dishonest BrzuCOWski, I met her a few months before my birthday. Not this last one, but the one before. Didn't even get a birthday card. Like, what kind of person does that? That you continuously see all the time and spend time with, and then your birthday rolls around, you don't even get a birthday card. You don't even get, like, really anything. And not even a gift, you know? I mean, she didn't even, you know, she could have even just as a kind gesture baked me a cake and, you know, stuck a candle on it and sang to me. I would have been happy. Well, this birthday came around, and you know what I got for this birthday? I got dumped through a text. What else could we put in her profile? I got no dating, life, or relationship experience. When I met her, she claimed that she never had a boyfriend in her life. Well, she claimed she had one boyfriend. And I don't even know if you would call this dude a boyfriend. Because it sounds like to me she met this dude on a dating app and like moved in with him the same day as meeting this guy. And it's just like, and she tried to pull that shit with me. Like, as soon as we met, it was all like, hey, when we get in a place together? When we getting married together? You know, like, excuse me, dude? I may have to fucking see you a few years before I even make a decision like that. Because of this shit right here. Because of episodes like Restrain This. Restrain This happens because of the shit that discombobulated fucking mess that I'm in. There's nothing good that ever comes from this newest way of dating, is my point, I guess you could say. I mean, nothing ever good comes of texting and dating apps. You guys know that. Yeah, so, you know, forgive me for being a little skeptical, and most of us probably feel the same way. I have friends that used apps for a couple weeks, so like, I'm out, man, I'm done. I have lady friends that have gone on an app and had 500 dudes in 1 week write them, and most of them being perverse with them. And that was the one thing I was never with Dishonest BrzuCOWski. I wanted to treat her like a lady, show her respect, and gradually let things build on their own. It's kind of hard to do that on these dating apps because you don't know what kind of mixed bag you're going to get yourself involved with. But this is a person who has never had a boyfriend in their whole life. And to me, I think, like, for example, I got this really pretty lady friend. Her and I have been talking. Right now she's out of town, but when she gets back in town, we're going to spend some quality time hanging out together. I mean, this girl could be a centerfold. She is a beautiful woman. Beautiful woman. Head to toe. Fucking banging. Fucking one of the best bodies I've seen on any fucking app. And she's new. She's never used apps. She's never played the whole app game where I'm just going to go get free meals from guys. Little inside joke. BrzuCOWski! But anyways, you know, she's like, I can't stand it. But real pretty girl. Hair down to her ass. Fucking ink on half her body. Real beautiful body. Sends me pictures all the time that she takes just for me. Awesome girl. And we're just good friends, you know. It's not like we're sitting there being like, I want to lick you. And you know what I'm saying? Because most of my lady friends, they can't stand BrzuCOWski. I have a few good lady friends here locally in the Carson City, Reno area. None of them like BrzuCOWski because they say the same thing that I say. This is a person who is mentally immature, who treats guys like shit because she plays the victim, and she's a compulsive liar. I've never met somebody in my life who lies as much as her and then tries to play the angel. It's like, you know what I'm saying? If your mom's a gold digger and your mom's a drunk and your mom's abusive and your mom's cheating on your dad, and speaking of cheating, her mom has no room to talk. Her mom was talking to some married dude on some app. Again, apps bring nothing but pain. Guy got kicked out by his wife or girlfriend or whatever, so then he ends up going to live with her mom. And the dude starts getting strange with Dishonest BrzuCOWski. So what's the nice guy? What do I do? Because because her mom's working late at night and she's stuck with this dude in the house, and he's all grabbing her phone number and texting her. You know, he's dating her mom, but then doesn't even ask, goes on the mom's phone, takes her number, adds it in his phone, starts texting and acting like he's trying to befriend her. Like, sure, yeah, because you don't want to get a piece of the action too. You know? So the nice guy, because I thought the guy's behavior was a little weird, the nice guy that I am, because mom doesn't have the ballsies to do it, I go to her home, we buy a lock, I put a lock on her door. I'm also a locksmith. A lot of people don't realize this. I'm a locksmith, I'm an electrician, I'm a plumber, I'm a carpenter, I'm a landscaper. I mean, the list goes on and on and on. I'm a jack of all trades. I'm an appliance repairman. You know, so I'm pretty handy to have around. If you got a house that needs work, I'm a pretty handy guy to have. But in this case, all I've ever wanted to do has been like, this guy's shady. I'm worried about him, coming in your room at night and forcing himself on you. And the guy's a transient and an alcoholic, so if he gets drunk one night and rapes you or hurts you, who's to say he won't split? And the police won't be able to find him? That kind of stuff, you just never know. And her mom brought this guy into her house around the daughter, and it wants a bitch because I put a lock on her door. Come on. But I will tell you something very sweet. Maybe it's the one sweet thing about Dishonest BrzuCOWski. She'll bake you cookies and pies. And she's not baking them because she's trying to warm your heart or because she cares about you. She's trying to make you obese like her. Because she wants you to be fat like her so that way you don't find any other girls, that no other girls are interested in you. Because, see, BrzuCOWski is a real jealous person. In a sick way jealous. And honestly, I get the whole jealousy thing. If you're jealous, just tell me, look, I'm jealous. But when you start acting weird and crazy jealous, that's a whole nother fucking level. That's a whole nother level of fucking craziness. When you start acting jealous in the wrong ways, where you're trying to fat me up because you don't want any other women looking at me, that's a whole nother level of fucking craziness. So, she'll bake you a whole pie, she'll bake you cookies. Here, eat this 4,000 calorie pie. Oh, here's 20 cooked chocolate chip cookies. By the time you're getting done, you're all fucking bloated. like Chet from fucking Weird Science and shit, you know? So, Dishonest BrzuCOWski is one of these people that she would rather argue over a phone. I'm one of these people that I don't want to argue through text. I don't want to argue on a dating app. If we're going to argue, we'll hash it out in person. You know, get it out of our systems, whatever it is, yell at each other, you know, fight with each other, disagree to agree, agree to disagree, whatever the case is. But at least there's emotion behind it, and the best part of it is when you can kiss and make up. But you can't kiss and make up over a text. And her way of kissing and making up is, let me bake you cookies, let me bake you pies. I don't need your pies, I don't need your cookies. What I need is reality, and the reality is a person eye to eye like this saying, hey, I don't like this, I don't like that, this, and that. I mean, me and her, there was a few times me and her had plans. She canceled her plans because she was like, I don't want to argue with you, so I'm canceling plans. So, I mean, I've never met in my life a woman who tries to fatten me up because they don't want other women looking at me. So, like, you're going to make me ugly and fat because you are jealous because girls look at me? I mean, come on. Because you know that's what it is. You're not doing it to be nice. You're doing it because you have an angle. Oh, if you continue to date me, I'll keep making you pies. Yeah, and I'll get 300 pounds like you. Whatever. And of course, you know, rather than put a picture of herself in a dating profile, she just needs to put a picture up of Peter from Family Guy or Grimace. And I'm not being mean, okay? I'm not saying calling her Peter, I'm not calling her Grimace. I'm saying, okay, you guys know Peter from Family Guy, right? How he has the like the chin that comes out like this. They look like balls, like testicles, his chin. And how he's built. Well, Dishonest BrzuCOWski is built just like Peter from Family Guy. Kind of looks like him in the face. He's just a cartoon character. So, you know, she can get mad all she wants, but the truth is that I always thought to myself, she kind of looks like Peter from Family Guy. And she kind of looks like Grimace from McDonald's. Don't forget, it's Grimace's anniversary this year. and I'm not comparing Grimace size-wise to her at all, by no means. By no means. What I'm trying to say is that, like, she comes down, like, everything is round on top. You ever see how Grimace is just round on top like this, and there's hardly no neck, and then it's broad shoulders, and then it comes down like this? That's how she's built. She's just built like Grimace. I mean, and I'm not laughing at her. I'm not making fun of her. I mean, if you guys choose to laugh, that's okay. You know, I have lots and lots of pictures I can share with her to my friends. The ones that I did not post, and you guys will see. She looks like Peter from Family Guy or Grimace. But you know what? I'm a nice guy. And I continued to see her for over a year, and I wanted to make things work with her. I wanted to continue to spend time with her. I wanted to have kids with her. I wanted to be a good guy to her. But when somebody is so ugly inside, it just becomes so much uglier on the outside. Do you guys know what I'm saying? This is AngelOfThyNight Radio, where comedy meets reality. Restrain this. And lastly, maybe in her dating profile, we should add in, I hate butterflies, I hate flowers, I hate all the beautiful things in life, but I like rats and mice. Oh yeah, she likes rats. Apparently she hasn't been to New York City or Buffalo, New York, where the rats are bigger than cats and will take your fucking finger right off. You know what I mean? She's like, they're so cute, those rats. Yeah, and infested with diseases and you know, apparently she's never heard of the hantavirus, where some people in Yosemite were staying in a fucking canvas tent and were breathing in the fucking rat turds all night long and got sick and fucking died. You know what I'm saying? What woman does not like flowers, does not like butterflies, does not like all those girly things, but is like, sees a rat and is like, so cute. And then the last thing we can put in her profile is, I love serial killers. I love dead bodies. I love cannibalism. I know how to melt down bodies and make them disappear. You know, that's all she ever cared about. Death, death, death. And yet, you want to put a restraining order on me? Maybe I'm the one that should be scared of you. Okay, because somebody who sits there and lives on crime and serial killer shows all day long and watches nothing but that kind of shit, there's something wrong up here. But don't worry, everybody. When she got rid of me, she says to me, a part of her is still going to care about me. Virtually, of course, virtually. How do you care about somebody, continuously care about somebody always through your whole life, but then you're so willing to just like block them out of your life and let them go? You can't care about somebody if you say that to them. They'd be like me saying to my son, son, I'm going to block you on my phone. I'm going to block you on Facebook. I'm going to block you out of my life. We're not going to see each other again, but I will always care about you. My son met her. And you know, I was real touched because, you know, I spent some time with my son's girlfriend, and my son she said to me he was so excited when he learned that you and Dishonest BrzuCOWski were trying to have another child. She goes, because he wanted to be a big brother, he wanted a little sister. And you know, that kind of stuff hurts me as an individual, as a human being, because I've always wanted more kids. I've always wanted lots more kids. And you know, even though I am 48 years young, I can still have more kids. My life's not over yet. I can still have more kids. And the thing is that I'm okay with that. You know what I'm saying? I still have a few years left in me to try to have a child. And you know, part of the reason is because I want my sons to have a baby sister. They may not care that much, my older son, but my younger son has always wanted a baby sister. And it would be the luckiest little girl alive because she'd have big brothers, you know, to protect her. You know what I'm saying? So we're about to take intermission. We're about to take a break. I'm going to put on the coffee for you guys. I'm about to put on the coffee for you guys because I feel like I should have a cup of coffee to go with the show. So the first half of the show, now we got the dating profile set. Okay, because you have to go through the dating profile to understand what is about to come here. Here's where things are going to get a little bit dicey, okay, through the second half of our show. The first half of the show just kind of gives you a general background of what I've had to endure in the past year or whatever, okay? But, let's put a profile, let's sum it up now. You guys are going to see you guys are going to see how ingenious this is, okay? Do you see what I was doing? I was trying to put a profile together. I was making her a dating profile that she should put out together that says, inexperienced girl, college dropout, interested in free meals, interested in your money, so my mom doesn't have to continue to pay my bills, overweight, does not exercise, looking to move in today. Hobbies include crime shows, dead bodies, and I love rats. We'll wear a tablecloth for you. I own 5 of them. Torrance sells them to me discounted, that's why. And I'll get you fat and bake you cookies and pies. As long as you bow down and kiss my ass and do what I say. And if you don't, I will scream in your face. I will spite you by getting drunk at seedy places and hang out with my fat slutty friends to make you jealous. And by the way, I'm a victim and nobody has it worse than me. And if you're with me, you might just get a slice of my dying grandfather's money. And I'll share my beat up vehicles with you that my dad and my grandfather gave me. All you have to do is comply. How's that for a dating profile? Oh, and by the way, they call me Dishonest BrzuCOWski. Yeah, and they call me Lord Rick. Restrain this, bitches. You're listening to AngelOfThyNight Radio. We're live from the Silver State. And this is your host, Lord Rick. And we're about to go to intermission, folks. So you see where I was going with that? I gave you a nice profile. We could even add a little more because, you know, sometimes dating profiles allow you a few paragraphs. You can put down that because she might want to make herself feel like she's famous to get more guys to write her. She could say, been told I look like Peter from Family Guy, often, or Grimace. Of course, Grimace is purple. She's a Minnesota Vikings fan. So, you know, Grimace is a suiting name. Why should we call her by her name? Because all she's going to do is call the cops. And I'm going to let you know something, BrzuCOWski, because I know you're not going to I know you're going to watch this. Because you have no life, obviously. Your life involves making my life hell. But there's nothing you can do about it. I'm not threatening you. I'm not putting your address online. I'm not using your real name. I'm not saying anything that's not true. These are my own opinions. This is my show. This is my stand-up comedy show. And if you decide you want to call the cops, go ahead. Call the cops. But just so you know, because I'm very aware of everything, 12:30 at night a couple weeks ago, BrzuCOWski decided to use her mom's Facebook and go to my Facebook and read a blog I wrote and click the like button by accident. And I recorded that. So go ahead. Who's stalking who? You want to sit there and you want to tell me to get the fuck lost out of your life, but then you turn around and you want to look at what I'm saying on Facebook. You want to watch my fucking shows. You know, if you're going to go, just fucking go. Don't look at me. You had this and you got rid of it. You had probably one of the best loyal friends you could ever have. One of the best loyal friends you could ever have. And you decided to kick it to the curb. So now I'm making and if you watch this, BrzuCOWski, I really encourage you to go on those dating apps, and you really need to make an app based on what I say, because this is you. And if you can't learn to laugh at yourself, I don't know what to tell you. Okay, but obviously, if you're what always gets me about people is they're self-conscious. They don't like how they look. They don't like their weight. Well, do something about it. It's not my fault you weigh 300 pounds. It's not my fault that you have no self-confidence. It's not my fault you're not taking your meds and you're batshit insane. And going back to the dating ad, you might as well put in there, mentally unstable, not on my meds, fucking obsessive, possessive, overly jealous, crazy, and you will have to get approved by my mother. Because truthfully, what it really comes down to is her friends and her mom did not like me. And she was just getting sick of everybody from all ends, just giving her a hard time for hanging out with me. And we're just hanging out. It's not like we're getting married. It's not like we're living together. These are not lifetime mistakes. If you're just spending time watching movies and hanging out and going out to lunch and, you know, there's no harm in any of that. You're young. I'm an older guy just looking for somebody who, you know, to spend time with who's stable and who wants to spend quality time together. I'm not looking for drama. I'm not looking to get drunk and party and do all that shit. It's just, it's nice to be able to spend time with quality people and be good to those people and be treated the same. That's all any of us really want in life. And when you go on dating apps, you cannot expect to find people who are going to be your equal or treat you that way, because you never know what you're getting involved with. But the truth is, that should be her dating profile. Just to sum it up. She could even put in there, I bake the finest pies and cookies you ever seen. And in order to get those pies and cookies, you have got to live with me. And you got to take care of me financially and kiss my fat ass. Because I'm going to tell you right now, I think it's kind of funny how somebody doesn't like how they look, but then doesn't want to do anything about it. Doesn't want to exercise, wants to continue to eat snack cakes, wants to fucking drop out of college and be a loser. And when I told her, if you don't get to spend enough time with me, go back to college. Get a second job. Fill those voids with other things in your life and include me in your life. But to exclude me out of your life just so you could go out partying, you know, go ahead. Drink to your heart's content. Because alcohol won't make you fatter than what you are, right? Come on. You know, I'm Dishonest BrzuCOWski, and I have no clue on how to treat a real man. And you bow down and you kiss my fat ass, and I'm going to sit home and do nothing while you take care of me. That's what it should say. Because there's plenty of girls like that on apps, but the way I always say it with my friends is, if you're going to get a girl that's going to be a gold-digging bitch, and you're going to get somebody on an app who's going to treat you like shit, you might as well get a super hot girl. Because at least if you got a super hot girl, you got eye candy. You got something to look at. So it doesn't matter, you know, I mean, because let me ask you a question. If you're a man, okay, let's say you're a man, and you got a beautiful petite blonde sitting right here, and then you got one that's 280 pounds, that drinks and does this and that, and let's say they both kind of treat you shitty. Let's say they're both just users and liars and everything else. Which one are you going to choose? If you had to choose one of the two, which one are you going to choose? I can choose to be with a hot girl because I'm not a bad-looking guy. I look great in a fucking suit. I'm not a bad-looking guy. Most of the time I'm gothic. But, you know, the point is that, you know, she used to tell me all the time, because I always post pictures of women in bikinis and high heels and lingerie. Oh, those women are plastic. Those women are fake. Yeah, but so are you. You may not be plastic. You may not be fake. But you are not treating me better than those women are going to treat me. And at least with those women, I got something I can look at. I got myself a fine piece of ass. You know, and then you look at this person and you think, you know, they're fucking running on fucking, they're running on Little Debbie. You know what I mean? At least you know with the more athletic girl, you know she's going to be more physically active. Sexually in bed, she's going to get on top. You know she's not going to dump you before it's time to go on hiking trips. You know that she might be a little bit stuck up and a little bit prudish, but at least you got yourself something fine to look at. You got somebody who's not lazy, you know. And that's the thing. I was married to somebody like that. And I tried to tell BrzuCOWski I will not do it again. I will not get myself involved in that shit again. There's no way in God's green earth. Because if I am going to be treated like shit by somebody, I might as well get treated like shit by some hot girl. I'd rather have some hot girl that I can mess around with, because at least by the end of the day, when you dump me through text, I can say, well, at least I still got some from you. There ain't no bragging rights with Dishonest BrzuCOWski. I don't even want to brag. In fact, I'm so embarrassed that I was a fool, that I gave so much to this individual, that I'm going in on Facebook because I don't want any other women to see that I was with BrzuCOWski. I don't. Because my lady friends are already like, what the hell are you thinking? You're an attractive, good guy. You're a sweet guy. You're nice. You do things for people. And yes, I did a lot for BrzuCOWski. Let's see how many other guys buy her flowers, buy her jewelry, make her first time sexually, supposedly, I don't even believe that anymore, special. You know, let's see how many guys cuddle you to movies and deal with the fact that you're lazy and obese and sit there and cry constantly and not take your meds and the ups and the downs, and then they got to deal with your fucking crazy mother and your fat drunk friends who are telling you that you should sleep with hundreds of guys and taking you to seedy bars, and then you're all texting me, if you don't come out tonight, I'm going to go to seedy bars, and maybe I'll just get attacked at the bar by some guy or stalked. You're a good person. Not. Restrain this. we're going to intermission. I will be back with part 2 of Angel of the Night Radio coming up in 2 minutes. BrzuCOWski always used to say to me, what is a big deal if I got raped? I've already been raped before. What is it? What's a few more times? You know, it's just, it's fucked up, man. You know, you got a person putting a restraining order on me that sits there and says, what is it? What's a big deal if I get raped? Okay, well, you can put a restraining order on some rapist. I don't deserve that. I really don't. I try in life to be a good person. I really do. I will help my friends. I will do favors for people, like put up TV mounts and drill the holes. I'm just one of those type of friendly guys. Life's short, man. Life's too short to not help other people. You know, but there comes a point in your life where people give up on you, and you're just like, sometimes there's words people can't go back from. Sometimes people say things you can't come back from. And I would have never made this video in a million years, but I've always been a guy to use my, to reveal, I've always been one of these guys that reveals my struggles in life with depression and different things. Because I want people to try to, you know, learn about who I am and learn off me a little bit, because, you know, I have a lot to fight against. A lot of, we all have our demons, some more than others. But, you know, sometimes in life, you have to wonder why somebody would joke about that, unless they were never raped in the first place. I hate saying, I personally myself, I don't know, but I do know one thing. If you use a tragedy to get pity from others, what's that make you? And, you know, sometimes people have travesties, and it all falls on me. Because I've always been one of these guys that's helped people. I took people, when paranormal investigations, I take people out. Hike in the mountains, hike up cliffs, rock climb. We got to be able to be there for each other, because if you're not, you could end up dying in the wilderness. It's just the type of guy I am. Always keeping people safe. And, you know, it's sad when women are victimized. It's a sad thing. But it's also sad when somebody embellishes on something like that and jokes around about it. Is just, you know, like if you and I don't move away soon, I'm gonna go get raped. If you and I don't get married soon, I'm gonna get raped. That kind of attitude, you know. And BrzuCOWski deserves to be on Angel of the Night Radio in maybe a metaphysical sense, because I'm trying to make a valid point here. Is all I'm trying to do. Our show will always teach you a lesson. That's what I love about the show. When I put it together, it's all up here what I want to teach you guys. There's something to learn here from it all. And the way I am is, I'm not a mean person. But it's one of those things, you know, you're in the schoolyard and somebody bullies, you know, there's a bully there, and you're like, you know, it's standing up to a bully basically. And when you got somebody who, when you got criminals that are on apps that are burglarizing people, stealing women's purses, raping, all this bad shit happens on those apps. And so eventually that's all people expect. And then psychologically that's why they do what they do. Because they expect not to meet somebody great on one of those things. And then when it happens, they don't know what the fuck to do. Because maybe all along they've been lying and being a real bad person inside. And, you know, you try to bring out the good in somebody, but really you can't change it. Some people are just ugly inside and have a lot of demons. And nobody knows each other's demons. You guys don't know mine, I don't know yours. So you guys got a backstory of me, how at a young age I was in an orphanage. I had a very drunk, abusive stepfather. He used to beat me, rape my mom. Lived in poverty. You know, I had a hard life. Was bullied all the time. And I stand up to bullies. You know, even if I am, you know, technically if somebody's dating me and they burn me like that, you know what I'm saying? I have every right to stand up for myself. Because you know as well as I do, someone like that, that's a narcissist, is going to say, yeah, I was the victim, he's a bad person, he did this, he did that. And go to all their friends, because they want their friends to hate me because it makes them feel good. And it's sick and it's disgusting. It really is. And as a talk show host, I can talk about these things because I know other men have had these experiences. I know other women have had these experiences. I'm not sexist. I'm not biased on my show. Everything goes. This is an open talk show where reality meets comedy. And this is Lord Rick, your host. And we're here at AngelOfThyNight Radio. And as I say, the show must go on, everybody. All right, everybody, we're going intermission. I will be back in 2 minutes. But will the real Dishonest BrzuCOWski please stand up? Kind of reminds me of the Eminem song. Will the real Dishonest BrzuCOWski please stand up? Will the real Dishonest BrzuCOWski please stand up? Please stand up? Please stand up? Because I really want to know who the real Dishonest BrzuCOWski is. Well, no, we know who the real Dishonest BrzuCOWski is. It's the one that I just portrayed to you in the ad I just wrote, which is formulated from a year's worth of experiences with this individual. Ingenious, right? Ingenious. I'll be back, folks. You're watching AngelOfThyNight Radio live here in the Silver State, and this is Lord Rick, your host. I will be back shortly with coffee, and I'm going to put on my rings, and we're going to go raw in 2 minutes. I'll be back, folks.
Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to direct your attention to the center stage, where you will bear witness to terrifying sights that will haunt you till the day you die. Behold the circus diabolique, and let the nightmare begin. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to direct your attention to the center stage, where you will bear witness to terrifying sights that will haunt you till the day you die. Behold the circus diabolique, and let the nightmare begin.
Alright, everybody, we're back with the second half of the show.
Please stand up.
Intermission I had. Picked myself some gingerbread coffee. As a matter of fact, one of my lady friends, she's Gothic. She had gotten this for me, but is a really good Gothic lady friend of mine. And she can't stand BrzuCOWski either. She says to me that all BrzuCOWski does is play the victim, and she's right. She's right, but we'll get into that too, okay? Because like I said, the second half, things are going to get really dicey. I kind of wanted to put, in the first half of the show, I wanted to kind of give you guys some background information as I put together this profile of this individual, because I know most people will listen and be like, how the hell? They'd be like, what the hell was he even seeing this girl? But see, here's the truth, folks. Because before I'm going to get to a very soft point right now. I'm going to go from a soft to a very rigid point right now. And the truth is that when I met BrzuCOWski, okay, BrzuCOWski played the victim act, just like she's doing now with all her friends. She's a victim of me, and I was just such a bad guy to her, and all this other stuff, you know, because that's what people do. It's funny how when people have relationships, you know, when they're together, there's all this great stuff, and in the moment they either separate or they no longer see each other, then it's all just, they don't want to talk about any of the good stuff that person did. And she never did anyways. The truth is that I took her off-roading one time and I took a picture on a historic bridge of us. Blew it up, gave her a big picture. I wanted her to hang it in her room and think of me when, you know, we're not together and stuff. Never hung, that picture sat against a wall. That picture was never hung up on her wall once. Not in her apartment. Her apartment. And it surely was not hung at her mom's, who every week she would go stay a couple days because she lives between the two addresses. She really claimed that the only reason why she was staying at her mom's is because it was closer to me and she wanted to visit me. Which is just a crock of horse shit anyways. Because you can drive from your apartment to come see me. You do not have to drive and stay with your mom. That is a choice you make. And even if you put our picture hanging up on the wall, Why is it that your mom gets to dictate who you decide to date and be friends with and spend time with? Oh, she'll kill me if I hang the picture. Okay, hang it at your own place. I go to her own place, the picture's not even hung up. So it's just like, whatever, man. You know, what her friends don't realize is what she doesn't show her friends is the flowers, the cards, all the nice things I did, the places I took her. She doesn't tell her friends any of that. The only thing she talks about is how she's a victim. And we'll get into and I'm going to tell you why she's a victim in a little bit. Because, see, there are segments of this show that are all going to come together as one, and then you're going to finally understand, how comedy meets reality. Okay, guys? So you're listening to Angel of the Night Radio, but, you know, I may not be a perfect guy by any means. I'm not. But I'm a very honest person. I'm very straightforward. And the truth of the matter is that, you know, here I found somebody who was struggling in life, who hated themselves, and was just bitching and moaning about how their mom was okay with them being raped, and how their mom didn't care about them, and, you know, I fell for that trap. And I'm sure the next guy will fall for her little trap, because all she'll talk about is how bad I was to her and all this other stuff. And she'll get some other guy to feel sorry for her so that he can spend his money on her and treat her right and all this other stuff. But the truth of the matter is that that's the type of people you come across on these dating apps. A lot of them are mentally unstable. A lot of them only use apps to whore around. It's just a means for them to have sex and get any kind of attention that they can get. You know, and so when I met her, you know, I felt bad. Oh, this girl's never really had a boyfriend. This girl here, in a sense, I felt sorry for her. And she brought it on herself because it was always crying and whining and pissing and moaning. And, you know, and good guys like me who come along in women's lives, they want to make a difference. They want to do this for this person and that for that person. And what they don't really realize that this person has a pattern of lifetime events doing that. Suckering people to get the things that they want in life. So, with that being said, let's get on with the show. Because I want people to understand something, okay? I've been hosting Angel of the Night Radio a long time. Very few people make it to the roasting status. She's being roasted. Because nothing sticks a knife in someone's back more than when you try to do good for somebody and they turn around and they just treat you like a fucking piece of garbage. And, you know, some of my friends are like, don't be jaded, just ignore her, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, I am ignoring her. You don't think by now I have other lady friends in my life that I spend time with that are more pretty, that are pretty inside and outside? I mean, think about it, you know? Once you give me up, that's it. Once you give me up, that's it. And I think most people feel that way in life. Once you fucking get rid of me and you kick me to the curb and, you know, and you get rid of me because your mom says to do so or your friends, this isn't high school. I'm a grown man and I don't have to put up with that shit. But what I do have to continue doing is hosting Angel of the Night Radio, and we're live here in the Silver State. This is Lord Rick. And as they say, the show must go on. And I will not feel bad about myself for having a good heart. And the truth is I had a good heart for this person. I had nothing but warmth, love, and kindness for her. I didn't care about how she looked. That's not what this is about. I knew she was not the most attractive person. The reason why when she goes in the bars and she gets a 2% alcohol, or that's what she gets. She gets like a White Claw or something. But when she goes into a place, and the reason why no bartenders or any of these people ever check her ID, because she looks 40. I've had people tell me, how old is she, 40? But honestly, she looks like a 45-year-old woman. She does not look like a 21-year-old girl. She just doesn't. You know, and I'm not trying to be mean. Some people look older. She just happens to look way older. You know, and it's funny because I'm talking to a beautiful girl. Beautiful. When she comes back here, we're going to go see a movie and everything and hang out. And it's not based on sex. See, I don't care about any of that stuff. You know what I mean? I'm an older guy. I've suffered from so many medical problems. I can care less about any of that. I'm just happy if somebody wants to go see a movie or go bowling and get drunk, you know? Just a simple guy. We'll go off-roading and go hiking. I don't care. But I know some women that are in their late 30s that look younger than BrzuCOWski. And BrzuCOWski's like 18 years younger than they are. You know what I'm saying? So I would hate to see how she's going to look at 40 years old. She's probably going to look pretty rough. I'm willing to bet that she is not going to age gracefully. And I'm willing to bet that if she looks, I'm willing to bet that if she looks like this now, she's probably going to look worse later. And I didn't care about none of that. Because the way I am is I like women for what's inside. If you got a beautiful heart, you're a beautiful person. But I got shammed, I got scammed, and I dealt with somebody who did not have a beautiful heart or a beautiful soul. I used to think, oh, you're an angel, you're a pure girl, you're a great girl. But now I realize she's just an evil-ass person who's just a mean person who doesn't care about anybody but her own gain and her own self. And, you know, she can sit there and pretend like she's some good girl, but she's not a good girl by any means. You know what I'm saying? You're dealing with somebody who's learned from the best. And according to her mom is a gold digger and screws all kinds of guys at bars, this and that. Well, you know, like mother, like daughter. You got to kind of blame the parents. You got to kind of blame mom for how they raised her, because they didn't raise her with life experience. They didn't raise her right. And so in a way, I don't totally blame her, but at the same time, you know, you choose, when you're an adult, you choose your own path. You choose if you decide to treat people with respect and treat people right. Why don't we get on to about the whole why I decided to call this show Restrain This, okay? Everybody's probably going to kick out of me grabbing my crotch. But it is pretty funny when you think about it, okay? So, around the 4th of July or whatever, I was served with a restraining order, okay? Now, yes, when it was around my birthday, she would not see me, would not come to my doctor's appointments in Reno. I've been having my knee drained. I've been going through some excruciating procedures. I just need someone to be there for me. And instead, she's hanging out with some 50-year-old woman and her man, which she's probably doing threesomes with them both, for all I fucking know, you know, and starts ditching me and won't see me for like a month. And then, you know, she says, fine, we'll talk in person. And I'm like, well, that's all I could ever ask. Things don't have to get ugly. Just talk in person. Work it out. Okay, things didn't work out between us. Let's be friends at least. Or let's try again. Or let's see if we can come to some kind of resolution. There's no need to not be cordial. You know, but I sent her emails. I sent her texts. I called her. I showed up at her work, but I did not show up at her work for her. I showed up at her store because I needed to buy a bra for a friend because they're getting some kind of infection going on. And I know that they sell bras that help with that kind of thing. And showed up at her work, and you know what she does? She's all whispering and talking about me to her coworkers, which to me is like childish as ever. If I don't say a word to you and I come in the store and I buy something, leave me the fuck alone. Doesn't matter if we used to spend time together. How would your employees know who the fuck I am if you didn't talk about me? Therefore, your employees and you do deserve to lose your job. Because it's harassment and you are harassing a customer. Well, I did not give a horrible review, but she puts in the restraining order that I gave her employee a horrible review. Well, yes, this is why you talk things over, because if I show up at your store and you're sending your friend to go bite my ass, because that's basically what she did. She sent some short girl. She had to be this short and like 400 fucking pounds and stunk It doesn't matter how you look at it. The girl stunk. And you send this stinky ass fucking bitch to start saying shit to me while I'm shopping in the store, you're gonna get a horrible review. And then you serve me with a restraining order? You know how you avoid that? You come up to me, hey sir, how may I help you? Oh wait, you think that you're the only woman that's worked at a mall where a girl hasn't seen her ex-boyfriend, or her ex-boyfriend didn't come in to shop at the store she works at? I'm supposed to not go shop at Torrid because you of all people don't want to look at me? Oh, that's right. I'm going to block you because every time I see you, I fall in love with you. And then I go home and I no longer love you. So therefore, if I don't see you, there's no feelings involved. I don't care. I don't care. I'm a human being and a person too. And BrzuCOWski had no right to send the dogs after me in the store. I was going through a bra drawer. I was. And I was told multiple rude things. And I don't care what BrzuCOWski says, because your friend's gonna say whatever she's gonna say. Okay, because she doesn't want to get in trouble. She's gonna tell you her version of the story, but there's always another version. And so I get served a couple days after going to her store with a restraining order. Was I physically threatening? No. Was I violent? No. Was I stalking you? No. Because see, I was there with somebody who was shopping. And I sat there in front of her store at the food court, because the food court's in front of her store, and I got something to eat. And I was sitting there just chilling for a bit because my knee is hurting. I'm getting my knee drained. And I get put in the restraining order. He's stalking me. He's getting me to lose my job. Well, here's the thing. I can come to your store anytime I want to come to your store. Maybe you find it distasteful, but be an adult. I'm allowed to come in your store. Tammy and her friends went to her store a year ago. And you know what? She tried to put a restraining order and tried to call the cops on Tammy. And Tammy didn't even know she worked at Torrid, because I never told Tammy. Tammy just recognized her because Tammy used to see the pics I posted here and there on Facebook of her. So Tammy recognized her and was like, oh, that must be BrzuCOWski. So, I mean, this is somebody who's a delusional, paranoid person. And I get served with a restraining order. And it's the biggest joke ever. It's the biggest joke ever, because it's like first off, let me give you a line from the restraining order. Over the course of our relationship, he has threatened to harm himself or others. He has at least one firearm. He's been verbally abusive to me many times, telling me that bad things are going to happen if I leave him. You know what the part she left out? It's not about bad things. Yes, bad things do happen when you leave a person you are stable with. When you are friends with somebody and you are dating a person, you are spending time with them, I never said I'm going to do bad things to you. I'm saying that go ahead, blow the friendship, blow what we have. Go out there and meet a million guys in apps you don't know. Get in strangers' cars. She's telling me, before I met you, I got in 10 guys' vehicles, and some guys were weird. That's what I mean by bad things are going to happen. I never said, hey, BrzuCOWski, I'm going to do bad things if you don't want to see me no more. No, not at all. I am not going to risk my good life and go to jail over your fat ass. So stop being so fucking full of yourself, okay? Verbally abusive, so tell me, fuck you, screw you, eat shit and screw you, and all these other things. That's not verbal abuse. This is a person who's not on their meds. Anybody who's ever dealt with bipolar people knows that when people are not on their meds, they say some horrible, horrible things. And BrzuCOWski was a very verbally abusive person. And the thing is that if you're going to be mean to me and you're going to spew off shit like that, don't sit there and put it in a restraining order that I'm the one doing it to you. Okay? Because the truth is that anytime you're honest, like when you're honest with her, it's verbal abuse. If you're honest with her, it's verbal abuse. Oh, I'm sorry. I can't move in with you right now. Why are you verbally abusing me? You know what I'm saying? And it's just bullshit. You want to hear some funny things about verbal abuse? Keep watching this show. Keep watching it. Because I'm saving the best for last. To keep you guys drawn to this episode. But anyways, she couldn't put in who I was threatening to harm. Like, who am I threatening to harm? Harm others? Who am I harming? The reason why I own a firearm is because I have a criminal-free record. It's because I don't have a violent past. Don't you think at the age of 48 by now, if I had a violent past, do you think that I would pass a background check? This is somebody who claims they're conservative, but yet they just keep, in this whole thing, all they do is attack my gun. Just because I got a gun doesn't mean I'm shooting anybody. The funny thing about owning a pistol is that she loves when I carry my pistol because she feels protected and feels safe out in public. But the moment somebody breaks up with you and they want to appease themselves by serving you with a restraining order, then they got to start mentioning on how you own a firearm. Yeah, most Nevadans do own firearms, at least the ones that are law-abiding citizens. And I am a law-abiding citizen. That's why I own a gun, because I can pass a background check. And this is a right to carry state. You are allowed to carry your gun in the state. And she's all throwing in, he probably had his gun when he went shopping at my store. And if I did, so what? Nevada is an open carry state. There is nothing against the law about going in a public place and open carrying. But I did not have my gun because the mall has a sign, no weapons, and I cannot carry it openly when there's security all over the place riding around. Because they're just going to tell me to save it in my glove box of my truck, or they'll take it till I'm done shopping. I know. I went into a casino a couple years ago. I went bowling with my kid, and they seen the gun in the casino, and security came up to me and said, I'll put it in the safe for you, or you can put it in your car. I said, put it in the safe. So, it was just the biggest joke of all. Anybody who has trouble with brutal honesty always says, you're verbally abusing me. I could sit there and say, you know what? I'm sorry, but I cannot be with you because you are swearing at me. Because you're lying to me, you're doing this to me, you're doing that to me. And that person's still going to sit there and say they're being verbally abused. Especially if they want to put a restraining order on somebody. And it's like, yeah, but why don't you put right here in black and white all the verbally abusive shit that you've said to me? About how maybe you'll just go out and get raped by some guy? Yeah, that's the shit she would say to me. If you don't come out tonight and meet me at the bar, I might as well just go get raped. Who says that? It's funny how people always hate on people owning firearms, but the moment there's a mass shooting, they're always hiding behind the guy with the firearm to protect them. It's like you can hate out just because I carry a firearm doesn't mean I'm gonna waste my time on you. Okay, your fat ass is not worth me going to jail for. I'm sorry, but you're crazy in the fucking head. And I got plenty of beautiful women that I talk to that I don't have to deal with that craziness. So, fucking eat my ass, girl. Eat my ass, bitch. You know what I'm saying? I might have a crude way of saying things, but not everything is verbal abuse. I'm just a straightforward guy, a straight shooter, and I'll just tell you the way that fucking is. I'm from New York. And I know some people, when they sit there, they don't understand that. Especially if you're some self-entitled little rich kid from California who's never had a boyfriend till 20 years old or 21 years old, and then all of a sudden you think you know about life? And then all of a sudden it's, yes, I've threatened to hurt myself. I am a threat to myself. I don't deny that. I've never denied it on Facebook. I've never denied it publicly on my shows. I suffer from terrible medical problems. I have terrible pain Of course I don't want to be here on this planet. Would you? Would you want to wake up in pain and go to bed in pain? Would you want to have PTSD from all the shit that's happened to me bad in the past? Maybe the only reason why I am the way I am is because nobody in life has ever showed me any different. You know, and it's hard to cope with that, but at least I get help for it. That's the difference between me and BrzuCOWski. I'm going to get help for my depression. She doesn't get help for no depression. She just adds to it and adds to it by not taking her meds, by not going to get help. And then it comes out in something like this. Even the police told me she's not worth it. She's not worth my time, and they're right. Because I told the police, I said, look, I said, I care about this girl. So yes, I've been trying to contact her. I've sent her letters in the mail. I've sent her emails. I've tried to make amends. I'm like, let's start over. Let's be friends. I've tried everything because I feel like if you're going to sit there for over a year and try to have a child with somebody and you have all these good memories, why let that go? Why? It's not like I screwed her over or I did her bad or I done her wrong. She decided one day, hey, go fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself, Lord Rick. This is somebody that didn't take into consideration how that looks. You know, this is somebody that when their birthday came along, I sang them happy birthday and gave them a cake and took them to Virginia City and we went and did all sorts of fun stuff and I gave them birthday gifts. And then Christmas, you know, put on a nice fire and have hot cocoa and exchange gifts. And, you know, Valentine's, give you flowers and cards. You know, and it's okay. It's okay to feel used in life and to be upset about it. And this girl's trying to take away me. This girl's trying to take away me being a human. Me being upset. Me being hurt. She's trying to take that away from me. And she did it with this. Because anything to avoid being responsible. Because you see, BrzuCOWski's never been responsible in her whole life. Her mom pays her bills. Her car breaks down. Her dad gives her a car. I don't like this car. Now her grandfather gives her a vehicle. I don't like this vehicle. You know, so how can, I mean, that's somebody that's totally out of touch with reality. You know what I'm saying? Of course they're going to serve me with this because they don't want to avoid having to work out things like regular, normal people do. And, you know, this is the way I look at it. I've never laid a hand on this person. I've never been physically violent to them. I've never abused my gun. I've never put my gun in their face. She knows I've never, ever abused carrying my gun. I've never threatened anybody with it. I've never pulled it out. I've never said, oh, I'm going to shoot this person, shoot that person, and she damn well knows it. She damn well knows it. And she's sitting there, I mean, and I got to sit there and read, oh, he said if I leave him, bad things are going to happen. Leave me? I haven't seen you in 2 months. Leave me. You already you left our friendship months ago. So I thought it was, you know, it was like the biggest crock of shit ever because, yes, bad things are going to happen to you. If you meet somebody on an app, a dating app, you're lucky if that person cares about you. You're lucky when you're on a dating app that they love you, that they care about you, that they want to keep you safe, that they worry about you. Instead, you just are like, I'm going to get rid of you so I can go on and find better. Okay. You actually think you're going to find better on a dating app? I've been on dating apps for a long time, and what I find worse every time. So if I sit there and I cut somebody good out of my life, and I go out there and I get raped, beat, burglarized, lied to, cheated on, blah, 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 bad things are going to happen. And I think she needs to get her eyes checked, and she, you know, with those fake-ass glasses that she wears, and her fake-ass fucking filters, which are obviously blocking her eyes and her view, and reread the letters that I sent, and there's nowhere saying I'm going to do bad things to you. It says basically, you know, if you don't want to work this out together, and you want to sit there and go out to bars and go home with strange dudes and getting strange dude cards, bad things are going to happen. Ask any of my lady friends. Because I have had lady friends that blew perfectly normal relationships. And they turn around and they think they're going to find a richer guy, a better looking guy, a better looking guy, this guy, that guy. And they end up getting, I had one lady friend that got robbed. I had another lady friend that got taken out in the middle of nowhere and raped. Because she thought she would find better too. And that's what I was trying to say. I wasn't, so when I got served, I was in shock because I'm like, I never said I was going to do bad things to you. I said bad things are going to happen because you have something stable right now with me, and you're willing to give that up and sabotage that so that you can continue to punish yourself and let bad things happen to you. And she damn well knows it. Restrain this bitch. So with that being said, restrain this. Because you can't. Because you can't. Because you can put all the restraining orders you want on me, but your stank ass is not worth seeing again. I don't want to see you again. If anybody is willing to fucking send cops to my door and miscommunicate emails and turn them into their own versions just to make it look good, you're a piece of shit. A fucking piece of shit. And I have no trouble, BrzuCOWski, saying that on film. Because we know your stank ass will watch. You guys ever notice, and when I say stank ass, what I'm trying to say is that, have you guys ever been out, like, gentlemen, you meet a woman and the first few months is like a honeymoon. She smells great, looks great, everything seems great. And then you find out later she's just a fucking basket case. Somebody who is a gold digger, for example, or whatever. But over time, having sex and being with her, she started to stink down there. It's like, yeah. And you're all worried about me sleeping with other people? I'm usually, I'm a very poly guy. Everybody, all my friends know I'm poly. I'm a swinger, I'm poly. Not so much as a swinger as I am poly, but, most of the women I've been with were bisexual, so me and other girls used to mess around with other girls on occasion. Nothing wrong with that. If that's your thing, that's your thing. But when I seen BrzuCOWski, she asked me, she said, if you're going to have kids with me, I don't want you having sex with anybody. I don't want you trying to have kids with anybody. And I'm proud to say I honored my word. For over a year, the only person I had been with was her, physically. And I'm proud of that. And I will stand my ground on that every time. I'm true to my word about that. Because I wanted things to pan out between her and I. I didn't want to cause problems. I'm not into, spreading STDs or anything like that. But I can guarantee you that if somebody sits there, if you got a girlfriend and she says, oh, you won't go to bars with me, and then all of a sudden you see pictures of her in a bathroom mirror with her friend, and their fucking titties are hanging out, and, they're out till 4 a.m. and stuff like that. Give me a break. You could say all you want, you're not screwing other dudes, you're not sleeping around, but you know what? What gives it away? The hoo-hoo gives it away. Because if I go to sleep with you and that shit stinks and is loose, you've been with somebody. Because that's, what I'm saying, I'm not the cause of that. But yeah, the last month or two, she started getting like a funky smell down there, and it was just like I had to go to the sides to feel something. The sides. I had to go to the sides to feel something because I felt like I was going to fall in. Virgin my ass. A lot of girls say they're fucking virgins. I'm a virgin, but I get nailed in the ass every day, but I'm a virgin. The truth is that AngelOfThyNight Radio is not going to hold back just to save BrzuCOWski's feelings. Because I'll tell you what, you didn't save my feelings either when you decided to put down in your own words how a piece of shit I am of a person. The same person that sat there and sang happy birthday to you and gave you a cake full of candles and, wrote beautiful words in a card and made a poster-sized picture for you to hang up on the wall so you can remember the good times we have together. It's just, you know what I'm saying? It's just, what a fucking lowlife. And then people are going to sit there and say, well, you're kind of being a bully, Lord Rick. You're being kind of mean. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. This is a dish well served cold. That's what this is. It's a dish. Angel of the Night Radio is a dish well served cold. And I am serving it as cold as I can serve it today, folks. And this is Lord Rick. And I got my gingerbread coffee that my friend gave me. So sweet. You know, my lady friends all been trying to cheer me up. They're like, you don't need her. You're a nice guy. You know, and I got one lady friend who's introducing me to a lady friend soon. And she's, you know, she's a cute blonde. She's a cute blonde girl. She's already introduced me once, and I guess the girl likes me. So I get to see her again in a couple weeks. I'm really excited, and I'm going to get her phone number, and we're going to hang out, you know. I don't need BrzuCOWski. Why should any man have to put up with some fucking crazy bitch who's not on her fucking meds, who cries rape all the time, you know? He raped me, he raped me, he raped me, he raped me. And that's probably what she's telling people at her store. When I walked in, no wonder why I was getting dirty looks from her staff. Because she's probably telling them, that's the guy that raped me. And then I get served with this piece of shit restraining order. Which twist and turn all my words. And it's like, look back at my texts and emails. And you will see that my intentions with you are good, that I'm trying to worry about you, because I don't, even if you don't want to see me anymore, I'm concerned that you're going to get in some strange guy's car and never be seen again, because there are bad people on apps. There are women that kill guys, there are men that kill girls. There are men that kill guys, there are women that kill women. We live in a society where nothing is safe and everything is taboo. And dating apps are taboo. And she thinks she's you know, she told me right before she let me go, because I have her words, and I should probably post them. I should probably screenshot it, and I should probably post it in here. That says, I may never find anybody as good as you ever again in my life, but I'm sure gonna try. And then you serve me days later with this shit? Don't you think that's a bit contradicting? I do. And most men know what I'm talking about. Because there are women out there who don't respect their bodies, they sleep around. I'm not generally into those types of girls. So, you know, if I'm dating you or having sex with you and I sense that you're all loose, like you just had a gangbang and shit, you know, I'm going to be a little skeptical, because it's like, I'm the only one that's been up in there, right? Wrong. I mean, when you go to a bar and your tits are fucking hanging out, and if you have somebody you're not gonna cheat on, you don't really need to dress that way, provocative like that. You know what I'm saying? And it's all about what she told me as well. I get free drinks. There's the word again, free. Mom pays my bills. Men buy me free drinks at the bar. Everything is about what can you do for me, because I ain't doing shit for you. Well, good luck. Because you're just going to be like your mom one day. Miserable, alone, you know, and nobody to enjoy or share life with. And I don't care. I will always have somebody. Because I always have women in my life that are either my lady friends or lovers or whatever the case is. But I will always have somebody in my life because I'm a good guy. And I don't have to have sex with every woman on the planet to share a good friendship with somebody. I have lots of lady friends. Some of them have boyfriends that I know. And their boyfriends are cool with them. Their girlfriends hanging with me because they know I'm a nice, safe guy to be with. And that's just what it comes down to. Good guys don't come walking into people's lives all the time. And there are good guys out there. And a lot of good guys, unfortunately, have to deal with fucking a million BrzuCOWskis in the world, because she's not the only BrzuCOWski in the world. There is a lot of BrzuCOWskis. Trust me when I say that. She's not the only BrzuCOWski I've met. She's the only BrzuCOWski I've met out here. You know what I'm saying? She's the only BrzuCOWski that I've met on a dating app. Let's put it that way, because I let her get involved in my personal life a little. Coming to my basketball practices, being around my pets. Not only that, but you know what else is in the restraining order? She marked down that not to do harm to her pets. Why would I ever hurt her cats and her dogs? Or her dog? Why would I ever do that? You have all your pets live with your mom. You think I'm going to go to your mom's house and like do something? I mean, how low can you sink? I have 4 cats, chickens, and 2 dogs. I love animals. I love pets. And if BrzuCOWski ever really delved into my website and my Facebook, she'd know that my deep appreciation for animals and nature. But what BrzuCOWski doesn't want to tell you, and she should add this to her dating profile, how she's mean to animals, folks. Yeah, one day I was at her house, and her cat's like old. It's like an older cat. It was sitting on the back of the couch, and she just went, bam! She just went, bam! And hit her fucking cat right off the back of the couch. No reason for that shit. So, but I am a threat to her animals, right? I'm a threat to her animals when she's the one who's abusing her animals. So that ought to get people really fucking heated watching the show. And they're going to be like, what the hell, Lord Rick, were you involved with? You know what I was involved with? A fucking grimace. That's what I was involved with. A grimace. But I was willing to make it work, and I was hoping that she would maybe become a decent person. And people sometimes change and they become decent people. But the more I knew her, the less decent she became. Because her narcissism got the best of her. It's all about what she wants. Forget about what anybody else wants in life. Forget about that I have my own pets, that I have a life with Tammy here, that I have lady friends, that I'm self-employed. Forget about any of that shit, because all that matters is her. And spend time with me 24 hours a day. Take care of me. Kiss my ass while I get fatter and fatter. The woman lives off fucking fast food and food every single day of the week. Every single day of the week. I'm going out with my mom to dinner. Every single day of the week. Every single day of the week you're going out to eat. Yeah, because there are no salads that are 2,500 calories at some of these restaurants, right? Look at a hippopotamus. It eats greens all day long. And the thing weighs 4,000 fucking pounds. I'll just have a salad. Whatever. You know what I'm saying? Of course, when you look at her plate that she ate at a Mexican restaurant, there was no salad on that plate. It was just fat, greasy-ass fucking food. It's like, well, we know why you're grimace. You know what I'm saying? You know, I always laugh at women, too, like BrzuCOWski, because she told me before she ended up dumping me through text or whatever, ditching me through text saying, I don't want you to win, I want to win. This is about winning. Nobody wins. When people get dumped, they both lose out. Don't matter, nobody wins. You know, the only people that win are the people who sit down and work things out. That's who wins. Because when you work things out, it saves you from having to be vindictive like this. You know what's even more funny about it? Is that BrzuCOWski works late at night. And I was so always worried about her being out in the parking lot at night. So I bought her a knife that, it's like a butterfly knife. It opens up immediately and you can stab somebody on your keychain. I also bought her a very special taser. You know, that she can, or a stun gun. Now why the hell? Because it's not in the restraining order. Why the hell? Because you're not going to put that down. But why on God's green earth would I ever cause you any harm when I know that I gave you weapons that could harm me? Answer that question. Find an answer. You know, it just doesn't even make no sense. I'm worried about you getting attacked in a parking lot, and now all of a sudden I'm the attacker? Come on. It's utter bullshit. And everybody that knows me, because there's a lot of you women that watch my show, and there are a few of you I've done good things for. And I've helped out, and I've protected. I look out for all my lady friends. That's the way I am. I never harm a woman. I never harm a woman. But, you know, AngelOfThyNight Radio has a right to speak about a woman. And today we're talking about the real dishonest BrzuCOWski. This is the Lord Rick. We're live here in the Silver State. And I always laugh to myself because I've had women that I've dated that weren't very pretty. As a matter of fact, they were not very beautiful at all. And I just laugh and think, you're dumping me. Like, do you actually think you're going to find a better looking guy? Because I have seen the type of women BrzuCOWski dates. Ugh. Well, I don't even want to get into it, because one guy looks like he's fucking, I don't even know how to describe, I'm not going to even get into it, okay? But I mean, that's what she likes, go for it. You're not hurting me by dating some other dude, because anything you find isn't going to be as good as me. Because the truth is I'm a good catch. I wouldn't be surrounded by beautiful women and all these lady friends if I was such a bad guy. And that's just what it comes down to. Good guys surround themselves with good women. So it doesn't really matter to me. You can have all the fat, ugly guys you want in the world. You're a BrzuCOWski. It's better them than me. That has to do with your crazy ass, fucking bipolar, stink ass shit. And besides, I mean, when somebody is 20 years old or 21 years old and they don't check your ID when you buy booze, what they're basically saying is you look like you're in your 40s. Because if you look 40 or younger, they're supposed to check your ID. So they're insulting you by not checking your ID. If they don't check your ID, they're insulting you. They're not really insulting you, they just think you're over 40 years old. And I don't know about you, but nothing is more hotter than when a girl stays sexy for fucking decades. You know, when you can sit there and like for example, I've been living with Tammy for 14 years. Her and I are best friends. I love her to death. She's a beautiful woman. You know, and she comes home, she puts on nice clothes for me and lingerie and dresses real nice, high heels, and you know, she lost like 40 pounds recently ever since, because she wanted to show me that she can lose weight unlike lazy BrzuCOWski. You know what I'm saying? And you know, she still gets ID. She goes and buys cigarettes and they still check her ID. They still check her ID. Even though she's in her young 50s, she still looks like 30 years old. Facial wise, everything. She's still got a very young look to her. You know, and that's because she takes care of herself. She's not stuffing a bunch of little Debbies in her mouth. And I mean, she hikes, she exercises, she does things with me. And she looks much younger. And it's just, you know, like I say on those apps, man, it'll be a surprise. I mean, you'll come across women in their 40s and 50s who are way better looking than some 20 or 21-year-old. BrzuCOWski definitely did not get youthful looking features. It's like, I'm glad you filled this out. I'm glad that you handed this to me. You might as well extend it too, because I don't want nothing to do with you. Why would I want anything to do with somebody who does me in like that? You know what I'm saying? Who sits there and a person that, she used to tell me all the time, why don't you hit me? Why don't you hit me? I'm not going to hit you because I want to treat you right. I want to treat you like a lady. And because I've never hit you, I never deserved a restraining order like that. Those are for guys that hit women. Those are for real abused people, not people who just get in a petty argument because they don't like that I'm polyamorous, or that I look at another girl, or that I live with somebody and I'm poly. Okay? Truth be told, she's just a jaded individual. She's jaded because I would not marry her, get a place with her, or move in with her. So like, if you're not going to be with me, I'm going to be vindictive towards you. And there's just something wrong about that picture. And she gives every other woman on this planet a bad name, folks. A bad name. And not just that, but if you're looking for a crab market, gentlemen, go for it. You can have her. I'm not interested in a seafood market. I'm not interested in a woman that smells like fish by the age of 21 years old. The whole point of me actually trying to date someone younger is so that I didn't have to put up with that kind of odor. But see, I have to put up with that kind of odor because that's what happens when you start becoming stank. Because your friends tell you to be a stank. You know what I'm saying? Just a mindless fucking zombie, man. The whole point, I guess, is when people listen to this show is they want to know what's the point. Well, the point is that I'm not going to lose any sleep over BrzuCOWski. And you guys shouldn't either. You can laugh at her expense. Because I've given you her dating profile. We probably could add more to it. Probably could add in it. Does smell like seafood a little between the legs, and gotta go ahead and put on my makeup for 5 hours. Yeah, 5 hours. She talks about verbal abuse. Do you know how many times she used to tell me off and say, it's your fault that I have to get up in the morning to see you because I have to get up at 5 in the morning to put my makeup on because it takes me 5 hours. Not even the world's supermodels spend 5 hours putting on makeup. Like, how vain can you get? I have never, it's like The Mask. You don't even know what this girl looks like because I've never seen her without makeup. She just cakes it fucking on like cake. Like cake and ice cream, man. It's just disgusting, you know? It's like, I don't care if you put on makeup or you don't. I wasn't meeting you for your looks, obviously. I wasn't spending time with you for your looks. Her being in my life was nothing but a disruption. Between my family life, my friends, all that shit was a disruption. I stopped doing my other career because of her, because she was just smothering me to death. You know, and couldn't understand that I got things to do. Be patient with me. And you will be rewarded. And I will make it up to you. But I gave up so much. You know, I got in fights with intermediate family and everything. They're like, who is this girl? And it wasn't, you know, and the thing is that I'm a poly person. So it's expected. So my lifestyles are very, very discreet for the most part. But with her, I fucking introduced her to my son. I introduced her to my friends. And, you know, when you put somebody on a pedestal, like, for example, so when it came her birthday, you know, I wished her a happy birthday public. I thought, you know, it's her 21st birthday. Let's make it special. Dozens of my friends wished her a happy birthday. Not one single thank you, not one single like to any of my friends. But she wants me to hang out with her fat, chubby friends. Yeah, you want me to have dinner with your friends. You want me to go to bars with your friends. Why the fuck should I hang with your friends when you can't even say thank you to my friends for them taking the time out of their day to wish a complete stranger a happy birthday? Their friends never wished me happy birthday or said anything nice. In fact, her friends used to say to me all the time, you know, you should dump his ass. He's just old and he's already taken. And yeah, I am poly. I've lived with Tammy 14 years, and she still doesn't understand a lot about the lifestyle and about my beliefs and things like that. But she did know about BrzuCOWski. She didn't know I was seeing her. She didn't know I was sleeping with her. She didn't know I was having sex in my house. She didn't know I was trying to have a kid. There was no secrets. BrzuCOWski thought there was. But you don't sit there. Like the first fucking 2 weeks I met her, she sat in my lap and she said, my goal is to get you to leave Tammy to be with me. And it's like, I don't understand these women who date these guys that have wives and girlfriends and they think that they're a better catch than the person they're with. Like, if you want me to leave the woman I'm with for you, then then you better be fucking an amazing woman. I think the biggest joke ever is when a woman is with a married guy or a poly guy or whatever the case is, and they sit there and they're like, my goal is to basically get you to be with me. And it's like, talk about ulterior motives and hidden agendas, right? So, you know, right then and there, the first couple weeks was a red flag. Because if you have to sit there and play conniving games like that, you're a bad person. I'm sorry, but you have an ulterior motive. You can't, no woman or man can sit there and ask another woman, no woman or man can ask one another to be with each other when they lack in so many different aspects. And that's the problem with these dating apps, is people get on and act like they're all that. Like, oh, I'm all that, and you're going to be with me, and this thing. No, man. You know, why would I leave Tammy? For what? You're twice your size. You're not on your meds. You're batshit insane. You don't support yourself. Your mommy pays your bills. You're wishing your grandfather dies so you can get his money. You're talking to me about some old man who was going to give you all his life insurance. You know, you sat there when I met her. Her dad's dying of congestive heart failure. And she hadn't seen her dad in weeks or months. And I told her, I said, you should see your dad. Spend some time. So she started spending every week time with her dad. And then, of course, that bit me in the ass, too, because he started to hate me. Instead, she should have probably told him, look, he's the one that encouraged us to spend time together. See, because I've always been a good guy, always trying to help and be helpful. But those details are always left out. And that's the way it works in any kind of relationship, is when somebody doesn't get their way, they always leave out the extra details. They don't ever talk about the nice gestures or the kind advice somebody gives. Like she could have told her mom, look, he buys me flowers, he treats me right, he keeps me safe. Tell her dad, look, he encouraged us to spend more time together. Tell her friends, you know, he bought me a stun gun because he worries about me when I get out of work. And he also printed this picture. See, this is us of the bridge. None of that shit ever came to light. Because BrzuCOWski is a narcissist. So let's get on with the roasting of the show. So with that being said, folks, now we're going to get to some of the more humorous parts, okay? So when I met BrzuCOWski, Dishonest BrzuCOWski, she said, I'm going to support you. I'm going to start coming to your basketball practices. Some of you know that she used to come to my basketball practices. Most of my friends used to say, man, that's all she doesn't even watch you play, dude. She's on her phone. Do you know what she was doing on her phone? Take a guess, guys. Arguing with her mother. Fighting with her mother. Swearing at her mother. You know, if you're going to come and support me, you might as well just watch me. You don't sit there and spend, you know, and it's not even just her mom. Because when she used to open up her phone, she had like 50 texts going on at once. Text and who knows, other dating apps, who fucking knows. It's not my business, you know what I'm saying? But everybody used to comment and is like, what's the point of bringing her? When I see her in video, her head's always down at her phone. You know what I'm saying? Besides the fact that there used to be a girl working at the Mac Center here in Carson City I used to flirt with and get along great with. And, you know, that shit went right out the window as soon as I started bringing the big BrzuCOWski. You know what I'm saying? But anyways, we one time had an incident at the Mac. She started freaking out like... because she started like, I have anxiety because there was a lot of people playing basketball, she claimed, and I was getting her all riled up because I was complaining about how certain players didn't show, and I'm like, so let me get this straight. This place gives you anxiety, but you going to a nightclub full of people doesn't? Oh, that's right, because there's drugs involved and drinking and all this other shit, so that's okay, you know, because there's substance abuse going on. But there's no substance abuse going on at the Mac Center. So she had a Mac attack. And I'm not talking about a Big Mac attack. Then again, who knows? Who knows after practice if she didn't go get a Big Mac? She may have had a Mac attack at the Mac and had a Mac attack at McDonald's. I don't know. While she was playing Grimace, for all I care. But anyways, you know, the truth is that it was just the most hilarious thing because I went to bring my bag on over and walk over to another court, and I come back and I get like totally verbally abused and reamed. You don't care about me, and I was having anxiety issues, and I was panicking, and you just didn't give a shit, and it's not it at all, man. That's not it. I am there at practice to play basketball. And, you know, if anybody should be comforting someone, I should be the one comforted. It shouldn't be the other way around. You're sitting on the bleachers on your fat ass doing nothing, but sitting on the fucking bleachers. And you want to sit there and complain to me how bad you have it? There it is, playing the victim again. What is it with these people always playing the fucking victim? They're the victim, you know? You're the victim because you're sitting on the bleachers watching me play. And because you just can't take it, so busy with all these little kids playing basketball. How do some people get through life? But you can go to a nightclub and fucking show your tits and everything else, right? And speaking of showing her tits, she went to see Tommy Lee or whatever because she likes guys in their 80s. That's what she likes. BrzuCOWski loves 80-year-old men. She wants to marry, she thinks Mick Jagger's hot and she's going to marry Mick Jagger. Now keep in mind, she's 21 years old. It's like you don't find him hot, you find his money hot. And Tommy Lee, I was going to show him my tits. I'm like, good God. I don't think Tommy Lee wants to see your tits when he's had Pam Anderson's tits in his face. But see, that's the kind of shit that I had to endure for over a year. About hearing how Tommy Lee is hot and Mick Jagger's hot and how she wants to be with Mick Jagger. And it's like, man, it sounds like to me you don't want to be with any of these people except for their money, you know? And yet her mom's a gold digger. I think she's worse of a gold digger than her mom. She gold digs her mom, she gold digs her grandpa, she gold digs her dad, and she tried to gold dig me. Whether she says it or not, she did. Okay, I spoiled her so much. That was my problem. I gave her too much. And so then she started to expect it. You know? I'm not going to even talk about what we did when she used to come over. Do you know that when she used to come over my house, because she'd come over like on a Monday morning or Tuesday morning or even a Thursday morning, come hang out with me for the day. We'd watch movies. Sometimes we'd go out and do stuff. But most of the time she'd come over, I wasn't allowed to go pee. I wasn't allowed to eat breakfast. She'd be coming over in the morning and be prepping my coffee and trying to eat breakfast. Couldn't eat. Could never fucking fix my coffee. Could never make breakfast. Could never fucking even eat lunch. Because she took offense to that. You're not spending no time with me. You're not being with me. Oh, you don't want to give me no kiss when you get up to go make your coffee. Really? I have to give you a like forever long hug and kiss because I gotta go take a leak. I'm coming right fucking back. I can't fucking hang my wanker out and fucking go because you want a fucking kiss? Here, let me just piss my fucking pants. Piss it. For you. It's the biggest joke ever, man. It's the biggest joke spending time with this girl. Because this girl smothered the fucking shit out of me. Where I couldn't even take a fucking shit. Because if I took a shit, I was being abusive to her. If I went to take a piss, I was being abusive. I would get ready for basketball. It takes me about an hour and a half to get suited up. I got to get my braces on, put my meds on, my lotions, all that kind. It takes time because I have chronic pain and all that. Couldn't even do that. So many times she would make me late to shit because she just would not let me even get ready for basketball or anything. And it's like, you want me to live with you? Or I will never have no time to game. I'll never have time to spend with my kids. I'll never have time to go work on my paranormal shit. Nothing. Nothing. Because BrzuCOWski is some crazy ass psycho bitch that's fucking thinks that she owns the good Lord. She thinks she owns me. And that's really pitiful and sad. You know, when you live with someone or you're with them, they're your equal. Okay, you don't control them and tell them not to get ready for basketball because it's hurting your feelings because, like as if I'm doing it on purpose that I got to put on my jockstrap or something. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah. I mean, that's the kind of shit. The last couple months things got really hard between us because I noticed she changed. Once I started showing emotions to her, then she thought she owned me. But she doesn't put that in a restraining order. Well, I was possessive with him and obsessive and thought I owned him. And because I couldn't do nothing, man. I couldn't even go pee. I had to ask permission to go pee. And then it was, well, you need to give me a kiss before you go pee. I do. How about I give you a kiss before I go back? How about I give you a kiss when I come back? Because I'm not leaving forever to go take a fucking leak. I'm hanging my wanker out for about 10 seconds. I'm letting it drizzle in the fucking toilet. I'm coming right back to watch the movie. What the fuck? You know, I'm a man that should take my own advice, but I'm a lion-hearted guy. My friends know this. I have lady friends I've been friends with for 20 years. See, BrzuCOWski doesn't realize how many friends that I have locally and how many friends I have out of state that I've met. I have friends from all over the place. People have met me, spent time with me. I even have some women that I've spent intimate time with I still talk to. You know, because I'm a good guy. I really am a good guy. She may not think I'm a good guy because she's not getting her way like the spoiled brat she is. But I should follow my own rules. You should never trust anybody. Never trust a woman who does not pee, does not eat in front of you, wears the same outfit. I remember the last 2 months she wore the same outfit for me every time I seen her. Like, as if that's not bizarre enough. Like, you don't have, I come to your apartment, you got boxes and closet full of clothes. Actually, when I used to come to her place, she'd say I have to clean. I'd say, okay. She goes, you can't come till I clean. Her way of cleaning is taking all the clothes, bundles of clothes, and just shoving them in every orifice she can shove them into. And her favorite thing is cows and fucking pigs. Cows and pigs. Well, I wonder why that is. Hard pass. Maybe because you're a cow in size and pig-headed in the brain? I don't fucking know. You tell me. And I'm not trying to be mean. We're roasting you, bitch. And there ain't nothing you can do about it. This is my show. Because I know she'll try to pull shit. Because this is what she does. She's a vindictive human being. Without any feelings whatsoever. No feelings, no ounce of kindness. I mean, if somebody pours their heart out to you and you sit there and you still ditch them and tell them to get lost and get out. I mean, and then you just, like immediately, you just ditch me through text. You block me. The thing is that I'm one of these guys that believes that talking can be the best remedy for anything. Not arguing, but talking. Even in heated debates. I'm not talking about beating the shit out of each other, but I'm not talking about being mean to each other, but working things out. Because my son said the most mature thing to me a few weeks ago. Dad, why would she ever do that? Because my son he's had some ex-girlfriends. One of them cheated on him, did some really horrible stuff, and they still talk. They're not together, but they didn't dump each other through text. They talk things over in person like adults. Because you can misconstrue anything. And then look what happens. You end up with one of these served at your door. And it's just so petty. It's just, it's a petty thing. And that's what being on dating apps with Generation Z leads to. Because these people on dating apps are so used to doing everything through dating app and through text that even relationships are ended through text. And it's the worst thing you can do. If you sit there and you're sitting there trying to have kids with somebody and you sleep with them and you share all these memories and all your worth is being ditched by text, and then you wonder why I keep coming to you, writing you emails and trying to talk to you and stuff because my son said the most mature thing. He goes, hash it out. It'll be better in person at least so you don't misunderstand things. So, one thing leads to another, and things in life people in life don't realize how ugly relationships get. And, when I sit here and I host my show, it's not just comedy, it's not just roasting, it's not just Lord Rick Raw, there's reality to it too. Because I want people to get something from my program. I want them to try to understand. There's more, this is an ingenious show, because there's more to this. It's not just me being some heartbroken guy that's just hurt and upset and mad and pissed off about a restraining order. It's about right from wrong. And I want people to try to understand how society works nowadays, because it's almost laughable, really, when you think about it. You meet somebody and you try to be good to them, and they turn around at the end of the day and they go from saying they're your best friend and your favorite person in the world to the most handsome guy in the world to them serving you with a restraining order because they don't get their way. That's, of course, after they use you because they like the gifts and everything you give them. That's different. You know what I'm saying? Spoil me, do for me, give me money, give me a place, give me this, give me that. My friend said this, my mom says that. Well, I'm not going to do what your mom says. I'm not going to be like what your friends expect me to be. I'm Lord Rick, and this is Angel of the Night Radio, and we were listening to us live here in the Silver State. A very special roast of Dishonest BrzuCOWski. But you never, in a million years, you never want to trust anybody, like they say, who wears the same outfit, who never goes pee. This woman would spend an entire, from morning till night with me and never pee once. Wouldn't eat in front of me, always on the phone with her mom. You never trust somebody like that. You just don't. And I needed to take my own advice. But now I can pass on what I've learned To you fine gentlemen out there, if you ever decide to meet another BrzuCOWski like I did, hell, you might meet the same BrzuCOWski. God help you if you do. You know what I'm saying? You meet the same BrzuCOWski I met, you're in for a whole world of shit. Because you're going to be miserable. Okay? Because that's what she made me feel like. Like I was a bad guy. Like I was a bad person. Like I had nothing to give. And that's such bullshit. I have friendship to give, and love to give, and affection to give, and I'm very gift-giving. As long as you're not using me. Because if I'm buying you gifts, and you don't even show your friends, you know, most girls, when they get flowers, they hold the flowers up and they take a selfie and they're like, Rick got me this. Or my man got me this. Or, you know, not her. There's not one friend, not even her dad or her mom knows all the stuff I did for her. And maybe her mom may decide to listen to this. A lot of people are drawn to my show, and I hope they do. I hope they do, because I want her family to know that I told her, I don't want you to talk to your mom that way, and I don't want you to talk to me that way, because she talked to her mom horribly. She did. And sometimes people lie. Oh, my mom's horrible, my mom's abusive, my mom's a drunk, and it may turn out not to be true. That's just her version of the story. And when somebody's a creepy liar who is into some sick serial killer fucking shit, how do you trust them? You can't. I mean, you guys are listening. I mean, my friends say it's like fatal attraction with this woman. And they're like, be careful, Rick, because she actually might be putting a restraining order out on you, but she's probably the one to off you before you'd ever do anything to her. And they're right. They're right. I'd never hurt her in a million years. Hurting her pets? Her family? Her? Why? What for? Like I say, I'm not going to hand over weapons to you so you can use them against me. How fucking backwards is that shit? You know? I mean, why would I ever in a million years move in with a girl who can't even pay her own bills? She doesn't even pay for her own groceries. And you got her mom fattening her up on Little Debbie's for me. You know, like, yeah, okay. If you're 300 pounds now, in 2-3 years you'll be 400 or 500 fucking pounds. And I don't know about you, but I'm not interested. You know, there is an old, when I was a kid, I went on a camping trip one time. And there was a mom who had a couple kids. I used to stay at the campground, the resort, for like a month. And there was this lady that was like camping near us who was really like mean to all of us. My mom, her friend, all the kids, including me. And we made up a song, and it was like, I don't want her, you can have her, she's too fat for me. I don't want her, you can have her, she's too fat for me. That song says enough. I don't mind fat girls. Sometimes I love fat girls. I mean, let's be honest here. Curvy girls, soft curvy girls are beautiful too. But this is obesity straight up, man. And if somebody's going to be disgusting and obese and all these things and far from perfect, then you have no right to judge me. You have no right to put me out and interrupt my life and screw me over because you have low self-esteem. And that's all it comes down to. Her self-esteem is so low and her paranoia is so bad, she basically turned herself into a victim and turned and bit my hand, like feeding a dog. It's just, you know, that's basically what it is. Oh, thanks for being good to me and, you know, treating me good on my birthday and doing all these nice things. Now I got what I want out of you, go fuck yourself. You know, and that's basically it. And that's the kind of shit that happens on apps. And so when you listen to this talk show and you listen to what I say, try to understand that this is the culture nowadays when it comes to dating and marriage and having kids. Personally, myself, it's her loss. Find somebody else that's going to be a great dad to your kids. It's probably not going to happen. Just like there's terrible moms out there, there's terrible dads out there. People get people pregnant and they don't want to take responsibility. The truth is that most people have children on accident. That's what happened to me in my marriage. I never really had anyone who wanted to have kids with me. And so when I met BrzuCOWski, I figured this is a girl that really wants to have kids with me. And you know what the sad thing is? She's never going to get to know how beautiful our kids could have been. You know, and I have a lady friend or two interested in wanting to have kids with me because they're getting in their 30s or getting older, and they know I'm a nice guy. They know I'm a good dad. I love my kids. My kids are in their 20s. I love my kids. I raised my kids. I was a single dad. I fought for my kids in court because my ex was a prostitute and a loser and didn't want no kids and was abusive and stuff. You know, it's like your loss. Good luck at finding anybody that's going to want to have kids with you. If it happens, it's going to be by accident. It isn't going to be planned. At least with her, I was really making the effort. I was losing weight. I was taking special vitamins that cost a lot of money. I was really going all out to try to have a child with her. I figured that she probably was waiting to see if she was pregnant around my birthday, and when it turned out she's not, she got rid of me. And that's okay. But you know, don't sit there and dog on me. I mean, stand in front of the mirror naked and look at yourself. And think to yourself, not only am I ugly on the outside, but I'm also ugly on the inside. Because you are, BrzuCOWski. You are. You're an ugly person on the inside. You're an evil person. And I think people can hear me speak with conviction. They can hear me speak the truth. There's conviction in my voice. You guys know, I mean, you can't make this shit up. Even if it sounds funny and or it sounds mean and all that stuff, it is really the truth. The stone cold truth. And she can file, like I say, all the restraining orders. She can call the cops on me for hosting this show. No address information, no names, no violent attacks, no threats, my show. And the sixth reason is, we'll put a thumb up. What the fuck you doing listening to my show? What are you on my Facebook? What are you on my YouTube for? If you want nothing to do with me whatsoever for the rest of your life, don't look at my shit. Don't look at my pictures. Don't look at me. And certainly don't get jealous because I have other lady friends who are better looking than you and nicer than you because you had this. You had this. And you fucking stomped on it when you were already a gnarly fucking person and when you were already a gnarly, evil-ass fucking bitch on it. When you already were a terrible person to begin with. You know? It's a terrible person, man. Only terrible people do stuff like that to one another. And I got fooled. I got conned on an app. So I'm just as much to blame. Us guys, us women and, you know, men, we get on these apps in hopes to, you know, find somebody we can be friends with and nurture and stand by and stuff. And sometimes we get betrayed and we're the fools. We're the bad people for having a heart. And that's all it was. And I'm going to tell you why I had a heart. Because like I said, I'm telling you guys I'm saving some of the best for last. Because this is not just a comedy show, it's a reality show. And I like to talk about topics of interest. And the topic of interest is how dating apps have kind of taken over everything. Because now all people do is cheat and lie to each other. They're awful to each other because they use apps because it's accessibility. Because all you need to know is a person's picture. Nothing else matters aside from the person's picture. Oh, you know, you're a good-looking person. Let's go out. Let's hang out. Let's have sex. That's all that matters. Forget getting to know a person or really nurturing that person. It's just all about, well, I could date 10 guys. And because, you know, it was kind of funny because, like, the last couple months I knew her, she said, before I met you, I got in, like, 10 guys' cars, and they were very weird and very strange, but they didn't hurt me. But one guy said he wanted to do me in the ass. You know, and it's like, I'm just like shaking my head. But she goes, I got to eat for free. Really? So that's what it's about. We date people so we can get things from them, right? That just tells you right there how low of a life she is. Only a lowlife would say something like that. Only a lowlife. You know, and I know people that she went to high school with. And I guess when she was like 17, 18 years old, they had some kind of like party going on. I'm not going to even tell her who these people are. I'm going to let her keep guessing for the rest of her life. But I've had multiple people tell me that she was in a corner by herself talking to herself. Now you tell me how mentally stable someone is if they're off in a corner talking to themselves, but yet they think that they can actually handle a real man like me. Like, dude, if you're off in the corner talking to yourself, you and I are not even close on a mental level. You're just fucking psycho. You know, and that's not the only thing. She used to show up with cuts all over her arms. Yeah, she used to cut herself up. Not use knives or blades. She would take her fingers and go, and you'd see these wounds in her wrist and her arms. Like, you know, you're obviously too mentally ill to handle anything stable. And this is the same person cutting up their arms who filed one of these at the courthouse. Come on, folks. Think about it. You're roasted, BrzuCOWski. You're roasted. I've made my point. And here's the thing. I can make my point all day long because the way I look at it is, you're not supposed to be looking at my stuff. You filed the restraining order. It becomes invalid. The moment you start stalking me, it becomes invalid. And you are stalking me, and I do got proof of it. So try me, bitch. I don't care. You want to see me in a courtroom? I will bring on all my evidence. We'll make a day of it. But we're almost going to be wrapping up in the show. You know, I'm sitting here, I've been holding my vape because you guys know I'm a huge pothead. And I should be smoking, but I'm sitting here, I'm drinking my coffee, I'm smoking, trying to host a show. And I'm not really thinking about, like, I'm not really thinking about enjoying some of my vices, because I'm getting so much into this and so heated with you guys. But I do got another note. This has nothing to do with BrzuCOWski, but we're about to put 70 to 80 episodes of Angel of the Night Radio live on our YouTube channel. Years worth of shows. And I know from the most viewers I've ever had hosting a show at live is 100,000 viewers. But now we do things a little different. I put previous episodes up on our YouTube if our YouTube viewers want to listen to them. So you guys can listen to, you guys will be able to listen to them anytime on YouTube now. Instead of us hosting through a service where you can listen live, you guys will be able to listen to them on YouTube. And this is definitely going to be passed around. It's going to be passed around to thousands of people. It is. It's going to go to a lot of people. And people, you know, some people will probably sympathize because I know I have other friends that have been on dating apps and they've been stung. They've met some real weirdos and some real basket cases. And I'm not saying I haven't before, but none like this. This one like takes the cake, like literally, you know. This woman, I don't even want to say woman because she wasn't a woman. She really wasn't. She acted like a little girl. You come over to my house all fucking cut up, always playing the victim, always bitching about your mom, but you're on the phone all day with your mom texting. But she's such a bad person. Then why are you texting her all day? You don't need to talk to her every day. I don't talk to my sons every day. My kids have their own lives. I don't text my son daily. He doesn't text me. If my son texts me daily, I'd be weirded out. I'd be like, don't you got a girlfriend? Don't you got a life? Apparently, she does not have a life. Oh, wait, she does. She told me the best years of her life are coming up right now, and that's why she's getting rid of me, because these are the best years of her life. Yeah, sounds like the best years of your life. Cutting yourself up, you know, going to bars, getting fucking hammered, creepy guys buying you drinks, creepy dudes trying to take you home, meeting strange guys on apps who are weird. Sounds like the best years of your life. Sure. You know what? Maybe you should take the best years of your life and you should spend them with somebody who can also share those best years with you. And she doesn't want to share best years with me because what am I? I'm just an old guy that she used. You know what I'm saying? When you're an older guy, I'm 48 years old. And a lot of times when I connect with women, they're in their younger 20s. And sometimes they're older than me because I try not to judge on age, because of the way I see it is, if you're a nice girl, if you're a nice lady, you're a nice lady. I don't care if you're 19. If you're a sweetheart, you're a sweetheart. You know, ever since BrzuCOWski got rid of me, it has opened up so many doors for me. I got like so many lady friends that are interested in me because they're like, well, since you're no longer with BrzuCOWski, maybe you and I can go to a movie. Maybe you and I can try to have kids. So I'm getting a lot of offers lately, and I'm just trying to feel things out. Like I told most of my lady friends, look, I'm hurting, I'm upset, all this shit that went on, I'm just devastated. I am only looking for friends right now. I'm not looking to have any emotional commitment or anything like that, you know, because it's hard to trust. When you get stung on a dating app, it kind of makes you never want to be on any app or do anything with anybody because you feel like an idiot for letting a person in your house and into your world and into your life. And I worked all these extra hours so I could buy her all these gifts and shit. And if you don't want to be with me and you don't want to see me, I told her, put them in a box and dump them off at my door. But she's going to keep the Minnesota Vikings football, all the football stuff I bought her. I bought her a ton of Minnesota Vikings stuff. She'll keep the jewelry. She'll keep all that. Like, if you really don't care and you want to put restraining orders, drop that shit off. Because obviously, it's not sentimental enough to you. Because I'm no longer here in your life. Even as a friend, let's say. But the best years of her life. Wow, when I was 21, people actually check my ID, okay? They already think you're over the hill. And every time I look at BrzuCOWski, I think, oh man, that's the woman, the people you see in the grocery store where they're like 40 years old and look like they're 65 and riding in a scooter because their knees are fucking fucked up because they're 400 pounds and they've been that way for 20 years. You can't be obese for 20 years and not have diabetes and health problems and this and that. Eat enough Little Debbie, you'll get diabetes. You'll get diabetes. You know what I'm saying? One time I went to her place up in Reno, and she grabs her tits like this and says, when I'm 25, I want you to buy me breast implants. Really? Really? This is coming from somebody who never liked any of the photos I posted of pretty girls, said they're all fake and plastic. The only woman that ever calls another woman fake or plastic is a very jealous person. And if you're jealous of of your body and how you look, do something about it. Don't blame the rest of the world. It's not my fault that you choose to eat Little Debbie's and live on those. You know what I'm saying? I mean, and the only reason why she put this on here is because she's butthurt. And the only reason I'm hosting the show is to expose how butthurt she is. Truthfully. I mean, she's like, he jeopardized my job. Really? Your fucking mall job? No, what I really did, what really happened is you see me walk into your store with another woman and you got jealous, so you decided to put a restraining order on me. That's what really happened, because most mature women would be like, I don't care if he comes in my store. As long as I'm buying something and I'm not acting violent, I'm not, you know what I'm saying? There ain't no reason to fucking serve me with a restraining order. Mall girl's worried about her job. Let me tell you something. I have friends that are 18 years old that have better jobs than working at Torrid in the mall for $11 an hour. Because that's what she makes. She makes $11 an hour. And it's like, you call that a job? Oh wait, they give you discounts. You get to buy discounted clothes while your mom pays all your bills, because your paychecks don't go to bills. Your paychecks go towards feeding your fat face and buying the same pair of pants and the same dress over and over and over and over. Something's got to make you wonder about somebody who buys the same dress 5 times. Either A, they just don't want to do their laundry, or B, that's the only dress they can fit in. Maybe a bit of both. I don't know. You tell me. Dude, I've been hiking in the mountains for over 20 years, man. I've been hiking, I've been backpacking, I've been exercising. Do you know her calves are 3 times the size of my calves? I wish my calves could get that big. But then I would be on the roasting end of AngelOfThyNight radio, now wouldn't I? But yeah, I was at her house, she grabs her breasts. At 25, I want breast implants. Why would I pay $10,000 on your fucking tits? Why would I buy you breast implants? You think that's going to make me like you more just because your breasts are more perky or larger? I'm not about breast. It's like, in case, lady, you haven't gotten the memo, I'm kind of a foot-leg kind of guy. I'm not really a boob guy. There's nothing more beautiful in life than a nice set of tits. Let's just be honest. Most women and men will agree. It's nice to look at a nice firm set of tits, right? But where the hell does someone get off saying to me that I need to buy them for their 25th birthday a set of fucking breast implants? I don't even make that much money. Well, that's not necessarily true. Last week ago, I brought home $3,000. But if I was going to buy something, I definitely would not spend money on your fucking tits. Why? So you could turn around and dump me through text a day later? Oh, thanks for the tits. See ya. She goes, well, because you don't like them. No, I never said I didn't like your tits. It's just that I can't tell where your tits begin and where your stomach ends. That's my issue. And you're listening to Angel of Night Radio, and this is Dishonest BrzuCOWski in Restrain This. I hope I made you guys laugh a little today. I have some really good shows, and I have some shows that are, get a little bit emotional. But either way, the show must go on. Whether BrzuCOWski likes it or not, the show's here to stay. Been around for a show in a while because, I haven't had much time. BrzuCOWski took up about 1.5 years almost of my time. I stopped doing shows, I stopped doing this, I stopped doing that for her, to make time for her. And those are reasonable requests. I will make time for you, but if I make time for you and you still fucking complain, screw you. Isn't that what you tell me, BrzuCOWski? Screw you. You know, according to her, only strippers and whores and have fake tits. Then she's asking me for fake tits. You know what's funny is that like a couple weeks before we stopped talking, she goes and she gets her belly button pierced. You know, it's like a Buddha statue. You ever see Buddha? It's like voodoo. It's like Buddha, but with the belly button piercing. It made me want to just like rub it right there. I was like, but don't touch the piercing on it. You know, you might get snagged on the belly button piercing. You know who gets nice piercings? You know who gets belly button piercings? Girls with nice tummies. Not somebody who looks like they're pregnant 90% of the time, right? Oh, you're being roasted, BrzuCOWski. Would you think it's going to be any different after you serve me with this shit and walk all over me and lie and make up stuff and tell your friends that you're a victim of me? A victim of what? A victim of my kindness? Because see, that's the thing that nobody knows. You know, the thing about relationships in life is most people, they argue with each other, and instead of versing each other, they should be versing all the issues that are found out into the world, you know? And that's what I always try to teach her, like, look, I don't want to fight with you. I don't want to fight with Tammy. I don't want to fight with you. I don't want to fight with any girl. When I care about somebody and I'm there for somebody, I don't want to fight with them. You know, but now I have to fight for myself. And that's what this show's about. It's about fighting for myself, because sooner or later your friends are going to see this episode. Because they're going to want to look. They're going to want to learn more. They're going to want to see another side to things. They're going to want to realize how two-faced this fucking... they're going to want to see how two-faced this person is. Because she talks about all her friends and all the people at Torrid and her mom and her dad and how she wishes her grandfather would just die so she could get one of the houses and sell it and be rich. And oh, that was it. After she said that I should buy her breast implant, she also told me she never wants to work again. You work 1 year selling fucking fat women's clothes at a store, doing retail. 1 year, and you're already complaining about working. It's like I've been working most of my life, and I'm okay with that, because I'd rather have my own money to be able to buy the things that I want. I don't want to depend on someone else's money, and I don't have an issue working. The work that I do is not even work. What makes it work is that I have a lot of medical problems. And BrzuCOWski took advantage of it. She exploited me because she knew that I was working my ass off, that I have all these medical problems. I have worse medical news lately. And what do? I work all these extra hours so that I can buy her gifts like flowers and cards and things. And she just kicks me to the curb. And when you get kicked to the curb like this, you just don't fucking care. You're just like, you're a fucking fat cow at this point. And that's what she needs to realize. Like, you lost it. You lost my kindness. You lost my lion heart. You lost the things that I do for you. You lost more than you think. You lost my loyalty. Never slept with any girls with loyal to you. You lost that. Was your best friend. You lost that. I always bought you gifts. Sentimental things. You lost that. And for what? Because you don't like that I've been living with somebody for 14 years? And you want me to yourself? How selfish can you be, man? I have other priorities and promises and obligations. And if you don't like it, you don't like it. You continue to date somebody and see how things pan out later down the road. Because who knows what might happen. I might be dead tomorrow. For all I know, a plane could land on my house. You know, and I could get blown out of my house and every one of my pets and everyone could die. I don't know what tomorrow brings. But when you totally just block someone out of your life, then there's no hope for any of that. There's no hope for anything. Not a friendship, not ever having another meal together, not being able to see a movie together. There's nothing. It's just nothingness. It's just, you know, hey, I'm going to screw you over so I can screw myself and sabotage myself even more. Which tells you how crazy Dishonest BrzuCOWski is. Because it's just, you know, you're just being dishonest with yourself. Not being so much dishonest with me, you're being dishonest with yourself. Because you're fooling yourself. Because you think, well, I'm just going to try to find better. But you really, a lot of people think that way and they normally don't. I got friends that have been on dating sites for years and they're still single 10 years later. They don't find better. I have a good lady friend who's been on these apps and these sites for 15 years. And, you know, she thinks she's going to find better, and guess what? She's just getting older and older and older, and she's a lonely older woman. I mean, it's the way it goes, man. You know, you can gamble with people's hearts and people's lives. But the thing you're going to realize is that if you gamble and you lose them, you lose their trust and you lose them forever, you won't ever have what you had. You can find another person and be like, well, the difference is that they're not poly, they're single. That doesn't mean they're going to be good to you. It doesn't mean they're going to sing happy birthday to you. It doesn't mean that they're going to be loyal to you or any of that shit to you. You can assume they are. A long time ago, she said, it's better to be with you because I'd rather get hurt by the guy I know than the guy I don't know. And I hope she lives with that statement the rest of her life. Because I'm going to sit back and I'm going to laugh and I'm going to watch. Because it's a true statement. It's the truest statement that's the only true thing she's ever said to me. The only true thing she's ever said. But I mean, like I say, a lot of red flags. Serial killers, obsessed with death, talking to her mom all the time. You don't talk to somebody who abuses you. You want to know the red flags? I mean, since I'm getting near the end of the show, I guess I should tell you guys what made me want to meet her in the first place. Because I didn't know the whole story, but there was a guy named TJ. And TJ was a guy, she just like moved in. She had her own place, but she decided one day to like move in and never leave his house. So I could see maybe why the guy got frustrated at times with her, and I could see why, you know, I could see why she decided to live with the dude and his mom, because she felt like, here, I'm secure. This dude and his mom will pay all the bills and I can just continue to buy clothing. You know what I'm saying? So before I met her, you know, she kept saying, well, my mom feels like it's my fault that I was attacked by this guy, and he almost physically choked me out, and he almost murdered me, and then when I left him, he threatened to slash my tires, destroy my car. Get this, I get served a restraining order, but she tells me that this dude, because if he's threatening her, saying, oh, I'm going to slash your tires, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that, then why doesn't this dude have a restraining order on him? It's like, I never threatened to fucking hurt your vehicle. I never threatened to do any of that stuff. You know, it's like, being dishonest again, you know. But anyways, TJ, she lived with TJ for about 4 months. I guess mom really liked TJ. I don't know what mom's seen in TJ. TJ's a pretty large guy. All he does is post the same thing over and over on Facebook. It's like the same thing, like every month. Just, you know, I met with TJ. I actually talked to TJ where he works. I talked to TJ because I like to get two sides of the story. And when I had met Dishonest BrzuCOWski, she told me, oh, well, I was a virgin, and, TJ raped me. He gave me all this pot, and I smoked all this pot, and then he raped me. And then he used to beat me and be mean to me and choke me and do this to me. And I almost passed out one time because I thought he was going to kill me and choke me. And then when I dumped him, he made all these threats. Yeah, if he really made all these threats, did you put a restraining order on him? Did you call the cops? No. Instead, you just attack me because you want to be vindictive to me because I'm the person that you took everything from, right? And used. Of course. Why would it be any other way? But then she tells me it's okay if he raped me because I played him real good. You see, he spent all kinds of money on me. And I was like, there it is. The same thing with me. I spent all kinds of money on you, and you're probably telling other people, well, I used him real good. Did you really? That's something to be proud of. So anyways, it turns out that she was raped once. Then we start dating and hanging out. And then I learned that she was raped twice. Around Christmas time, we were hanging out, and she says, it just came back to me. I was raped a third time on Christmas Day. And I'm just like, what the fuck, dude? Like, if I was a woman and some dude said, here, let's smoke pot, and he forced himself sexually, because if you're a virgin, because she wanted to wait till she was married, and I guess she's upset because she lost her virginity to him, and that's the truth. I don't think he, honestly, that there was rape involved. I think she lived with this guy. I think she had regrets because he turned out maybe not be kind of an immature guy and she had sex with him, or maybe she was doing substance abuse and they had sex together and there's all these regrets, so now it's like, oh, he raped me. But I could not believe it because she played the victim. So when I kind of felt sorry for her when I met her. I'm like, this girl's been raped, she hasn't been treated right. And so the first time we had sex, we didn't have sex right away. It took weeks and weeks and weeks for us to even get to that point. But I made it special for her, you know, candles, music, all that. Because I thought, you know, she deserves to know what it's like to have not be raped, but to be treated right. Rape's not a joke. You don't make jokes about rape. It's all I would ever hear is, well, maybe that guy will rape me and this guy will rape me. Maybe I'll go out tonight, and since you can't go out because you're with Tammy, maybe I'll just get raped tonight. All the time. And I want her friends to know. Because she tells me that her mom, because again, I thought her mom, maybe it's not even true, but she told me that her mom found out that she was raped, and her mom stuck up for her rapist and did not stick up for her, and that she was done with her mom and could not stand her mom and wanted to get independent from her mom. And bullshit, dude. You know, if your mom condoned him raping you, you're just saying that because you want me to feel sorry for you, so I give you gifts and do this for you and do that for you. And I just don't believe it ever happened. You lived with somebody, and you probably didn't, and you probably were not raped 3 times. You probably ended up sleeping with this person multiple times. And then you had regrets that it didn't work out because you wanted to save it till you got married. And then you met me, and guess what? I took the brood end of all that shit. I just don't think that rape is something to joke around about. And she was always making rape jokes to hurt me. Because I was always concerned, like, I don't really like you going to these bars and seedy places. And honestly, if you're a virgin, then I'm the damn pope. I'm the next pope. If you're a virgin, I'm the next pope. I mean, honestly, in life, there are some crazy fucking people. They are. When I spent time with BrzuCOWski, I started to think to myself, God, she's into some weird shit. Handcuffs, blindfolds, being tied up. That's all good shit. But you expect somebody that's much older to be into that because it's a security thing. You have to have trust if you're going to let me cuff you. Yes, BrzuCOWski let me put handcuffs on her. Real ones. And I took them off. BrzuCOWski and I spent time together. Some of the stuff she was into made me rethink, like, what kind, I mean, you say you're a virgin, basically, and, you know, minus the physical assaults that you went through, supposedly. and then I'm with you, and you're talking about getting fucking anal pounded, and handcuffs, and toys, and all this shit, and it's just like, it's great to explore, I guess, but honestly, if we were to take a poll, would a virgin, or somebody who was A, raped, B, technically a virgin, because, I mean, if you're raped, and you're a virgin, I mean, physically you may no longer be a virgin, but mentally you are a virgin, especially if you want to give yourself to one person. And back in my grandparents' day, two people met and they stayed married 60, 70 years. They stayed married. Maybe, you know what I'm saying, they would meet at 1920 after the war or whatever the case was, get married and work it out, hash it out. But we live in a different time period. We live in a time period, too, where women walk around saying they're virgins and they're not. But I mean, honestly, when somebody says, whip my ass, spank my ass, tie me up, and they got all these kinks, like, right off the bat, and you're just like, are you just playing the virgin? Just playing the virgin. Oh, I'm a virgin. Give it to me, Rick. Give it to me, Rick. Give it to me, Rick. You know what I'm saying? Come on. Come on. I'm a virgin, but pound me in the ass. Now, damn it. You know, it's just humans are funny by nature. And, you know, at the same time I got hurt, I'm still laughing about a lot of different things. Because I have to laugh. It's the only way I can get through this, my friends. It's the only way I can get through this. And, I mean, like, I found out that she went to a frat party. I was out of town. I found out that she was going to have a Halloween party at her house, right? Well, instead, they decided to go to some frat party, and their nickname is some rape fucking name. I mean, honestly, if you think about it, if you were a female, and you were raped, would you get in the car with 10 guys a week later, or a couple weeks later? Would you be on dating apps looking for dudes? Would you make rape jokes? Would you sit there and say, I played him? It's okay he raped me because I played him? Rape is not a joke. I've been attacked by a woman once sexually. It's not a joke. It's not something you joke around about. And this is her mentality. She is a sick, unwell person. Because it's not a joke. It's not a joke. If it really happened, I feel forever bad that somebody could do that to her, because obviously it's fucked her up so much in the head. I mean, honestly, it's fucked her up so much in the head. Look at what she did me for. If I said to her, why didn't you call the cops? Oh, I didn't get no rape kit, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, let's get this straight. 3 different times you get raped. And you just continue you have your own place, but you continue to stay with this guy. You continue to see this guy. You continue to smoke pot with this guy. Could never get her to smoke pot with me. But she was okay smoking pot with somebody and saying he raped me. That's okay, though. I didn't rape you. I didn't victimize you. But yet you victimized me, now didn't you? BrzuCOWski. That just tells you how sick people are in the world, folks. And she says, oh, you make jokes about my most traumatic... I'm not making jokes. I want the fucking truth. Because maybe it wasn't rape. Maybe you physically... Maybe you're just saying it's rape because you're playing the victim. I got 2 lady friends that cannot stand BrzuCOWski. Because they're like, she just is one of these types that plays the victim. And they're like, imagine Rick at work... what she's telling her friends and her mom about how maybe I did this to her, and they're not even true. So now I sympathize with the guy. And I'm trying to meet with him. I did see him at work. I went bowling. He works at the bowling alley. And I touched base slightly. But I'm going to meet with this dude. I'm going to talk. Because I really want the real story. Because I feel like this person is going on apps, dating apps, and swindling guys. Basically saying, I was attacked, I was raped, I was treated bad. And all along, you know, yeah, but you left out a lot of details. I mean, it's just like with the restraining order. Save those for women who are actually in domestic violent relationships or sex trafficked. Same thing with when it comes to rape. you know, there's so many women that are sex trafficked and raped and abused. My mom was one of them. Growing up, she was raped all the time by my stepfather. My mom didn't want to be with him. He was a drunk, abusive alcoholic. And he just took it. He took her. He didn't care if my sister and I were around. He's like, I want sex now. And he forced her. And so when you sit there and you try to make rape jokes with me, that shit don't fly. And then I sit there and confront you and you're telling me that I'm just making fun of you and all that stuff and being abusive. No, I'm trying to get to the bottom of shit. I want to know why, in a course of 4 months, each time you let someone rape you and you don't call the cops, you don't put a restraining order, they threaten to blow up your vehicle and this and that, but yet you put a restraining order on me and I'm singing happy birthday and playing Susie Homemaker for you. You know what I'm saying? I don't deserve that shit. Maybe I do for being the fool of the year. I don't know. Sometimes when you're a good-hearted, lion-hearted person, people see that and they take advantage of it. They're looking for somebody to unload onto. And maybe I was just that person she wanted to unload onto. But, you know, she says, I mean, to make jokes like that, oh, my mom laughs about it and says I should stay with him. And her mom's thinking the same thing. I don't believe you were raped. That's why her mom didn't believe it. That's why her mom said you shouldn't have broke up with him. Because I think what it is, her mom knows. Her mom was the one that put her in mental institutions. Because her mom knows she's unstable, that she's a liar, that she makes up shit. And her mom probably knows that there's more to the story. If you're living with this guy for 4 months and you're sleeping in his bed, you're probably having fucking sex. So don't sit there and say, oh, he raped me. That's not rape. That's mutual sex. And you shouldn't make jokes about it just to get attention from your mom or to get attention from the new guy that you meet. So it's not a joke, everybody. And so I told you I was saving the best for last. Because like around Christmas time, I went to her place. I have to tell you something. What? I was raped a 3rd time on Christmas. What? Like, dude. Like, you've almost had, 8 months to tell me this shit. But first, I was raped once. Then I was raped twice. I always got more news and more rapes over time. And pretty soon, it's like, I was raped 20 times. A year later. 2 years later, oh, I was raped on this day. I was, what the fuck, dude? I mean, seriously. You deserve to be roasted if you're going to sit there and play off somebody else's emotions. And that's what she's doing. She just wants attention. When I met her, she had no friends. She was fighting with her mom. No friends, no boyfriend, no dates, nobody. Nobody. And I gave her a chance to do the right shit. And she just totally is what she is, a dishonest BrzuCOWski. And only she has herself to blame for that. You're listening to AngelOfThyNight Radio, a talk show program dedicated at comedy and reality colliding at the same time. Alright guys, some of the shows in segments, and then what we do when when the show is running, I take the show and I piece it all together and I edit it and put it all together. So, I mean, that's what's awesome about our show. I mean, it's actually a show that you can put on. You don't have to watch me. Just put it on your PC with your speakers. You can put it on your television if you have a smart TV, but you could sit there and do some work around the house. Maybe you're doing some crafts with your kids. Wait a second. Do not invite your kids to my show, I'm sorry. But I'm saying that, if you're around the house, exercising, lifting weights, maybe playing a video game, whatever you're doing, you could put our podcast and show up. I mean, I highly recommend it. And the nice thing about YouTube is if you decide to exit it after an hour, you can come back and listen to more later. So this is what makes our talk show awesome, being able to now put them on YouTube. But anyways, I'm just sitting here, I'm smoking and chilling with you guys. I can party with the best of them. But, I don't know, gentlemen, if you've ever met a woman that would be like, I'm a virgin. I've never had sex before. We all go on dates where we find out maybe somebody is very inexperienced sexually. True or not? true or not. I've been with women that were like, have only have been with one guy, or maybe they were just like one-time sex things. I've been with a girl that was a virgin once, a lesbian. I guess, but you don't always believe it. Like you could date somebody and some girls could sleep with 1,000 guys and say, hey, I've only been with one guy, or I've been with no guys. And that's kind of a thing these days, I'm finding out. I mean, in my generation, it really wasn't like that. But in this generation, you just go on an app and people find pieces of ass left and right. And that's not me. It's not me. I'm talking to a girl named Samantha, beautiful girl. She moves back out here, we're going to hang out. Beautiful girl. She wants kids. A great girl. And I mean, the most important thing for her is friendship. She don't care about nothing else. Just wants to be great friends with me, and that's fine. I always have an inner circle with a few friends. But what I was getting at is some of these women are like, I'm a virgin. But then when they give you a blowjob the first time, you're like, have you ever done this before? And they're like, why? I'm like, because, I mean, basically, you're sucking cock better than a fucking hooker. And I've been with hookers. It's not something I do all the time, but I like escorts now and then. There's so many pretty escorts out there, and they'll go on a date with you and go back to their hotel room, and you can get a nice massage. It's nothing wrong with that, I think people make a big deal out of a lot of things in society. But when you're dating somebody and they can suck a golf ball through a hose, you're starting to wonder, have you ever done this before? No, never before, and I knew that was a straight up lie. You know what I'm saying? She says, oh, he raped me, but I think she was sucking his fucking cock all along. Let's be honest, folks. This show can be like a soap opera. Let's be honest here. You tell me. Because it takes years sometimes for a woman to learn how to give a guy a really good fucking sloppy blowjob. And, when you get one on the first fucking time, you're just like, what the fuck? This is not shit you learn. This is shit you go by experience. And when you're already fucking experienced, you have to question that shit. And she won't, and BrzuCOWski's not going to be able to help herself, and she's gonna look at this film. She can also turn it off. It's her choice. But I'm not going to give her a name. I'm done. Period. I give names to people who fulfill their promises. Not people who are out to con me, scam me, whatever the case is. And it happens. All of us get scammed. We all do. Because we end up trying to be good to another human being. And being poly, I have such a big heart. It's hard for me not to care about more than one woman. And I know that bothers the lady that I'm with, but I love her to death. It's just I'm a certain human being. Like it's like being gay or lesbian. You don't think anything of it. You're like, you always have to have two partners almost. It's so hard. I hate being that way because in the end, not only am I might hurt one or the other, but I hurt myself most of all. Because even if I get close to somebody, that other person doesn't accept your poly, and they're like, that's it, I'm done, and it's like basically saying I don't accept you, and they try to make it be like it's all about sex, but it's really not. It's, in my life, I have all these voids and all this, it's hard to explain. And I've always been one of these guys in my life that's been poly for a long time. And I'm not dishonest about it. It's just that, people will change and be like, you're not poly, you're a cheater, you're a pervert. And that kind of stuff hurts. I mean, I've lived with two women half my life. Not half, but a good 5 to 10 years of my life, I think I've had two women living with me. Back when I practiced polyamory, I had two women living with me for years. And over the year, and one woman, she was abused, her child was abused, I had her and her child come stay with me. I fed her and I got her on her feet. And she one day I woke up, I found a note, and she said, I'm one of the greatest men she's ever met. But she can't stay, she's got to go back to her ex. Well, they ended up getting divorced because he was giving her black eyes, and she ended up marrying somebody else, Good luck to you. I mean, I don't know what else to say, you know what I'm saying? That's life. But I don't like liars. I hate liars. And this is a comedy show, so it's kind of, ironic, but it's also comical that, you know, all of a sudden she's like, and you know, women spit or swallow a lot of times, right? But, like, I come like a fucking porn star. Maybe you don't want to know this, but AngelOfThyNight radio is like a roller coaster, and you don't know where the fuck you're gonna go. You don't know if it's gonna go off the tracks. But I come like a porn star. And BrzuCOWski did not even spill a drop. Well, I've never done this before. Really? Because most girls, most women, they don't do, you know what I'm saying? If they've never done it in their life, they're certainly not going to do that. Maybe they will. Maybe they will if they were a hoe previously. But that's the way it works nowadays. So the girls at her retail store are all talking about sleeping with hundreds of dudes. And then just telling guys you only been with a few dudes. And it's just fucked up shit. That's the culture nowadays. And this is a talk show. So it's going to be about culture. It's going to be about very touchy topics, my show. And I don't host a show all the time, but this is a touchy topic. Because basically it's not all about BrzuCOWski. It's about the fact that what do dating apps destroy people's lives, man. Because most people are out of touch on there. And people get hurt. They get used. I knew somebody, I go to use the bathroom. She come back. This dude stole her whole purse. Her car keys, her house keys, her wallet. Everything was in the purse. He just took off with the purse. There's so many people on the apps that are just scam artists in different ways. There's women that'll meet a nice guy and be like, I'll say I'm his girlfriend, or we'll say I'm his best friend, and make it sound all good. And in the meantime, you know you're getting this and getting that because I'm a giving person. And I don't mind being given. I work for my money. I can spend it on whatever I want. I'm going to be buying a Yukon Denali probably in a couple days. But, you know, it's one of those things like, you know, when I'm polyamory, I'm generous to two women. But, there's a difference between loving somebody and being in love. And I am very in love with the woman I live with. Because I know she's going to watch this, and I am in love with Tammy. Being me makes it hard for other girls. They become psychotic because they want me to themselves, or they want all the time to themselves, and it's just not possible. I'm one man, and you get pulled in different directions, and and a lot of ladies are my friends. They're my friends, and I always want to put the friendship first before anything else. But a lot of people nowadays are not understanding. And when you try to have children, it's a serious thing. But when you have somebody who could be a total lie and scam artist, it's kind of scary to think that I was trying to have a child and maybe this whole thing all along was a fucking scam. I don't know. I have no fucking clue. But I do know one thing. BrzuCOWski sees you. BrzuCOWski sees you. And see, I point into the camera, but I'm seeing me. You get what I'm saying? So BrzuCOWski sees you. BrzuCOWski sees Lord Rick. Because once you meet a weirdo, they never fucking go away. They don't. You know, and I don't normally, I'm not a person that hates others. But all I feel lately is hate for certain human beings that are I just hate them. Because they've just done me so wrong, and it's just like, you're just like, whatever. That's just who they are, and you have to accept that in life. A lot of people suck, right? They suck. And even me being Lord Rick, I have experiences in life that suck too, dealing with people. She's not the first one. I've had friends on my basketball team rip me off $150. How tough do you think that is? These people are adults. Like, why should I pay $150 for them to play basketball when they don't show half the games, and it's just like a big fuck you, Rick? That's how people treat me. And then they expect me not to slap back and fight back and maybe even smoke back. Now I'm in the clouds, baby. I mean, it's so important in life to have my talk show going. Because AngelOfThyNight radio is all over the place. A lot of people might think, oh, this is just a show about some jaded man, but it's not. I'm not really jaded. I feel more like, why do we live in a society now so technological that people are out of touch? They don't know how to communicate. They don't know how to have relationships. They don't know how to talk things over. Everything's text. Oh, let's go on Facebook and argue. You know, oh, I'll block you on Facebook. It's stupid. And I guess that might be one of the motives for me hosting the show. BrzuCOWski is just part of it. She probably wishes she could be the whole thing. I don't know. All right, that was mean. But we can be mean. This is AngelOfThyNight Radio. It's a satirical show. So if you guys are watching, you sit back and you enjoy the fucking satire. My good men and my good women. Enjoy the fucking satire. But I mean, it's just as fucked up as her saying I gotta put makeup on for 5 hours like you're some kind of beauty queen. I have a pretty lady friend right now. She is just gorgeous. I would put it in this video, but I don't want to disrespect her. But I mean, honestly, the girl doesn't even need makeup. That's how pretty she is. And I just laugh, you know, when I sit there and you see somebody like her who says, I'm not vain, I'm not this or that, but yet you're the one that's putting on makeup for 5 hours. It's like like I said, it's like a mask. You never see the real person behind the makeup. And you can use, oh, my skin's bad, this and that. I don't fucking care, man. My skin's bad too. I had acne. My doctor said I have a very sensitive skin in my face. A lot of oils. It's hard to get rid of them. So I used to get acne all the way up through my 30s. Once I reached my 40s, it started to taper off. And there was nothing I could do about it. You know, shower, wash your face. It was just the type of pores I had. But you don't see me putting on makeup for 5 hours, you know. You like me as I am or you don't like me at all. But you don't sit there and blame me because you choose to put makeup on for 5 hours. My lady friends have called her a sissy bitch. You know what I'm saying? And my lady friends are better looking than she is. And they're all like, what a sissy pansy ass bitch. Even when my lady friends found out about this, they're like, what a fucking cunt. Because if you were raped by somebody and nearly almost murdered and all these other things, don't you think that that's the guy you should be filing a restraining order or police report with? Not me. You know what I mean? I'm just a guy with a couple kids just trying to make a living helping other people locally doing what I do. A guy with a lot of medical problems and I'm not perfect by any means. But she tried to exploit me, and not only that, but yeah, you know, you sit there and put all these suicidal and this and that. Why would you put that in a restraining order? Are you like making fun of my mental health? You think it's funny that I'm depressed? That I'm in such bad pain I want to off myself? That's not hurting you. And if it's hurting myself, then it's hurting myself. So be it. I'm a selfless person, not a selfish person. And it's a shame that we live in a society nowadays where dating apps have kind of reigned over real dates and real connections and, you know, and even real fights and working arguments out and hashing things out. Now everything's done via cell phone. Oh, you know, you could see somebody for 5 years and be like, I'm in the relationship. Oh, and I'm on iPhone. I'll just block you. What is that shit? Work it out in person and see if there's anything left, any sparks left, even a friendship you can salvage. So, BrzuCOWski, you really need to grow up. You are a girl. You are not a woman. I know. I have 18-year-old lady friends that are more woman than you. Okay, you're just some girl that got her first job at 20, already wants to quit working after working one job, drops out of college, and like everybody else, you got a good story to tell, except yours is fake. And I'm not buying it anymore, and that's the thing. I started confronting her about it, and what did she do? She started avoiding me and got rid of me. Because nobody likes to be caught in their lies. Anytime I've ever caught anybody tripping up on their stories and their lies, they have done the same thing that BrzuCOWski has done. You start to realize that people avoid you when they've done something wrong. If she's cleared of not doing anything wrong, she could have met me for coffee. She could have met me at a restaurant. She could have come over. I told her you can come over anytime. You know when I'm home. Just come over. I'll let you in. We can sit down and talk. Even if we argue, we're not going to beat each other up. It's just, we don't agree. Okay, whatever. It's not a waste of time. It never is a waste of time. And this show is never a waste of time either, because a lot of people can learn about there's a reality to all of this. Look how ugly things have gotten. It's come down to this. It's come down to a radio show. It never had to come down to a radio show about BrzuCOWski, but it did. And all it's going to do is good things for me in the future, because of her actions. I actually have her to thank, because I got much more prettier women involved in my life right now that are interested in me, and they don't, they think she's just some crazy psycho bitch, and they're right, she is. So in fact, it's done is propelled me. It's like, do you think I want to come around you to your store? You think I want to see your face again? Come on. Gave you every reason to fucking come to my house and talk. And now you're just a dishonest BrzuCOWski to me. And that's how I will refer you to. Of course, I got some friends that call her twatopotamus. I have like 2-3 friends that call her twatopotamus. And although names calling is not appropriate, it is called for in some situations. And she screwed over a lot of people. Whether she thinks it or not, she screwed over a lot of people. My son really was looking forward to getting to know her and a baby sister, and he just thought it was great that I had somebody like her to hang out with. And so she just burned a lot of people. Even, people that were friends of mine wanted to be friends with her too. She just fucking botched everything. And now she's making a guest appearance without being here on Angel of the Night Radio. And the funny thing is, unlike me, who's able to defend myself against her employees, her mom, and her friends and everything else, well, guess what? Mrs. BrzuCOWski, Mrs. BrzuCOWski, you don't get to defend yourself on my show. And you're listening to Angel of the Night Radio, and we are live here in the Silver State. Restrain this, baby. And you gotta question a person when they put deodorant on and lotion and 2 different perfumes. And Lumi, you guys see Lumi, how it gets rid of BO for like 2-3 days? This girl here not only would spend 5 hours supposedly putting on her makeup, which was always the same, and it was a terrible makeup job. Honestly, now that she's no longer around, I can say those kind of things. Her makeup was terrible. It was always the same. She always tried to make her eyes like pointy on the ends like this with black. It was always base colors, just like old lady-ish, Didn't turn me on the slightest. It's just a terrible job. It's like you might as well not wear makeup at all. But I started wondering, what's with all the, she would constantly, put this perfume on. It's like, would you stink of BO or something? Oh, that's right, because you're obese. And obese people generally start to stink. When you're obese, you start to stink. You start to sweat in your clothes, this and that, And I never met somebody in my life who was afraid to drive. They see one snowflake and be like, I'm calling off the date today, we can't hang out today, and then complain I wouldn't hang out with them enough. Dude, it's just fucking snow. You have chains. You have all-wheel drive. It's just snow. Well, I'm scared. Yeah, you're obviously scared of your BO too, because you gotta mask it with a million different fucking perfumes and everything else, even while you're at my house. Come on. You know what I mean? If you feel like you stink and you don't like how you look and that you're obese and you don't want me seeing the little Debbie snacks and all this other shit, then you obviously know you have an issue. And you have a bigger issue when you're clawing the fuck out of your arms till you're bleeding to death. And then you want to turn around and blame me because what, I'm poly? At least I don't deny I like women. At least I don't deny being involved, living with somebody for 14 years. You're at my house, you see the pictures, you know what the deal is. There's no lies, there's no shadiness. Most of my friends know I want more children. You can't do that without having a partner or somebody you're dating or somebody you're close with. And to think I tried for over a year with the person, and I'm glad. I am so glad that me and her are not having kids. I wish we would have had children together. I do. I really do. I wish that it would have worked out. I wish that her and I could have had a couple daughters. Because I feel like her and I could have had some beautiful kids together. It's not about attraction. It's about the connection. Sometimes you think you're connecting and really close with someone and you find out that they're just using you or it's all an act. And BrzuCOWski is the biggest actress of all time. Because I'm pretty sure she's telling her friends, well, I played him and I got a Minnesota Vikings this and a Minnesota Vikings that and he bought me this and, you know, but she's probably telling on the process how I abuse her. And it's like, verbal abuse, really? Verbal abuse? Verbal abuse is telling some dude that just buys you a whole shitload of shit, fuck you. Screw you. I got called the most selfish person she's ever known. It's like, but when I met her, it was her ex was the most selfish person. Then it was her mom was the most selfish person. It's just like, anybody who doesn't bow down and kiss your ass is the most selfish fucking person. But the moment I get a leg to stand on and defend myself against your fucking stupidity, I'm the most selfish. You know what I'm saying? She is like an exact identical to my ex-wife, who was bipolar. They would just be so verbally abusive and always claiming the victim and just narcissists and everything else. You know, I mean, honestly, BrzuCOWski was not a romantic person. Not at all. You know, you could sit there and I could romance her on a daily basis. Send her this, send her cards, do this, do that. Never got nothing back in return. Around Christmas, she bought me some chocolate and a few things. Stuff that you could probably go and pick up at like Smith's grocery store. You know what I'm saying? Most of it wasn't anything special. Like, you didn't just go out of your way and shop specially for me, you know? So there's just no sentiment when you don't put in an effort. And the funny thing is that she has all the things I bought her, and you can look back and see how sentimental those things are. And you got to deal with that the rest of your life. I don't. Because the moment that you're gone, you just paved the way for some beautiful blonde to come in my path and me to spend time with that beautiful blonde. And I can have daughters with somebody who actually wants to have kids. Because, God forbid, anybody want to have kids with BrzuCOWski, I feel sorry for them. Of course, you know, if they do, it'll probably be some 400-pound obese person just like her. I mean, honestly, you know, because there ain't going to be anybody else out there. No good guy's going to put up with that shit. No good-looking guy's going to put up with that. And so what's the moral of the show? Grass isn't always greener, and that's what I was trying to tell her. That's what I tell most of my lady friends. That's why I tell most people, you know, you may think the grass is greener and may be like, hey, you know, I don't like this, and that about him. So I'm going to try to find somebody who's just like him, but minus this, and that. And it's like, instead, why not appreciate what you got instead of what you don't have? And that's something she used to tell me all the time. It's like, because I asked her, I said, you know, I'd like to do a threesome sometime, because I love being with, you know, I love when, I mean, the way I seen it is like, look, I can't be there all the time for you. I said, but maybe you could find a female lover, somebody you could spend some time with. And I said, we could, you know, I'm always one of these guys that, like, most of my serious girlfriends, I've had a threesome with or two. They weren't psycho about it. Because, I mean, you know, if you want to have the best years in your life, you do a little exploring too, but nothing's funner than exploring with your partner. You know, I remember how upset she got about me asking for a three-way, and it was like, she goes, I can be with a woman. My first kiss was with a woman. Yeah. You could be also with a woman and a man, right? I mean, both sexes. And she told me one day when I was sitting there asking, she goes, I would appreciate what you do have, not what you don't have. She goes, I would just appreciate the fact that you got me, whether you have a threesome or not. And it's like, you want to sit there and you want to give this person the same advice and be like, well, you should just appreciate the fact that you have someone like me in your life, instead of thinking that you're going to go have your friends introduce you to guys they've already slept with, or, you know, you're going to go on a dating app and find somebody with my qualities, except the only difference is they're not poly, or they're not into bisexual girl, whatever the case is. I will never be perfect in anyone's eyes. Am I a great guy? Sure. You don't think there's women out there who want to marry me and be with me? Because there's quite a few women that would be with me in a heartbeat. But my life and my past has molded me who I am. And I am this way for a reason. And if you can't respect somebody for who they are, you can't appreciate them. You know what I'm saying? You got to be able to appreciate all the good and the bad. Sometimes what makes somebody beautiful is the fact that they have imperfections in life. And I never really I did not mind that Dishonest BrzuCOWski had imperfections. I was willing to be there for her. And she took me for a ride. She took me for a ride and, and took advantage of my kindness. And the way she handled things at the end was the childish thing I think I've ever experienced in my life. And I've had girls do some horrible shit to me. A long time ago, I'm going to end with this, but a long time ago, I knew a girl who was 19 years old. I was living in New York at the time. I knew a girl, her name was Evan. Well, Evan was being sexually assaulted by her brother and her dad. They were having sex with her dad and her brother, raping her, supposedly. And I don't know how true that is. But I have a feeling it was true because she ran away to come be with me. And she was 19 years old. And for a few months we lived together. We did not have sex because she was sexually assaulted, and I just did not feel she was ready, mature enough. We eventually had sex. Things were going okay, but it wasn't a lot of sex. You know what I mean? We had sex one night, and then we didn't have sex for a while because she just wasn't ready. You know what I'm saying? And her parents found out where she was her parents she was talking to her mom, emailing her mom, and basically the cops came one morning, stormed down my door, arresting me for statutory rape because the father and the mother decided to lie to the police and say she was an underage girl I kidnapped. And it was not even remotely close to being true. They took my computer because they thought I had child porn, and I didn't. They didn't check her ID. She had a license on her. It said 19 years old, but they forgot to check her ID. So then when it came time for court, guess what? The parents couldn't produce a birth certificate. They refused to give a birth certificate because they lied in the police report and put down she was 15 years old when she was 19. And I went overnight. I got let out in less than 24 hours out of jail because I wrote a statement and I said, I took this girl in. She's a sexual abuse survivor and had nowhere to go. And I took her in and she lived with me. And I was helping her establish a job and residency with me and everything. And she wasn't right in the head because of what her father and brother did to me. And guess what? It bit me in the ass. And I told Dishonest BrzuCOWski, please don't do anything like that to me. Don't hurt me like that. Don't do me like that. And this is what I get. And I could go into it and read all the funny stuff in it, because it is pretty funny, some of it. Because it's just, I have text, I have emails to disprove her written statements. I do. And I should go to the police station. I should file that some of this shit, because it is under perjury, and she did lie. She did lie, and I should get her in trouble, but she's not worth my time. She's just not. She's obviously looking at my shit. I caught her looking at my Facebook blog or my Facebook post. For somebody who doesn't want anything to do with me, you are on my Facebook page late at night. Using your mom's phone while she sleeps. That's what she does. She grabs her mom's phone, gets on her mom's phone, and uses her mom's account to look at my Facebook. But that's third-party contact. And your mom's house is protected in the restraining order, but you're using your mom's phone to look at my shit. I should go to the police. You should get a rude awakening when you're a bad person like that. People say, hey, you roasting Dishonest BrzuCOWski on a radio show? You're bullying her, you're being bad, you're this and that. People might say that, right? But that still doesn't override a false restraining order and making up shit. and twisting things after somebody was your only friend and was good to you, and now what do you have? This show does not override what this con artist did to me. I mean, nearly destroyed my life, you know, destroyed what trust I had with Tammy. My other son didn't like her very much. My one son did, but he had to find out he's not getting a baby sister. He's disappointed because he thought that would work out, you know. And then I got friends that are disappointed and just people that are upset. Like, I tried to be nice to this girl. They were nice to on my Facebook in public. They were nice. They were trying to be her friend, and she's just a jerk to them. You know, so I apologize to my fans and my friends and personal people that, and my family and all these people that, you know, put a little, acceptance and a little bit of time and a little bit of effort for this BrzuCOWski. Because in the end, I have nothing to show for it. I was used, I was manipulated out of money, I was manipulated out of my time. I don't have anything to show. At least she has gifts she can show off. Oh, look at this jewelry got me. Look at these earrings. Look at this Minnesota Vikings shirt I'm wearing. By the way, I bought her a bunch of clothes which she never wore. They always had to be from Tord, and they had to be the same, like 3 sets of clothes she owned. She owned like 5 of the same dress, 5 of the same pants, 5 and it's like you're stupid, man. You know what I'm saying? I come to your house and you have boxes and boxes of clothes and it's all the same shit. I mean, there's just, you know, maybe I'm taking the wrong approach. Maybe I just need to be understanding that this is really somebody who's mentally deficient and has some serious mental health problems. And, you know, I certainly don't have the cure for, or the answer for either. And even on dating apps, we use them, we get lonely, you know, but it's all based, it's all facade nowadays. And if people use a dating app, chances are if it don't work out, they're also going to dump you via text. And, you know, it was weird because the last day that I seen her, we had sex like 2 times in a row. That was our day where she was ovulating, and we tried to have sex twice, 2 to 3 times, and we did because I was really trying hard because we talked about it, you know. It'd be great to have a kid together. And she kissed me and walked out and never seen her again. It's a horrible thing to do to somebody, and somebody that lives on dating apps like that, they don't care. You know what I'm saying? They don't care. Because if they live on those apps, then they live in a fantasy world. So when it comes to having a real relationship or living with the person or having real kids or any of that shit, they can't handle it mentally. And if they can't handle it mentally, what do you think they're going to do? If they can't handle something mentally or maturely, they're going to sit there and say, go fuck yourself via text. And that's just not how we do people. We don't do our friends that way. We don't do people we date that way, or people that, you know, it's like, hey man, I basically blew my load in you 2 fucking times in a row. And you turn around and dump it through text, and you don't even have a reason other than I just won't be with you. That's what she told me. She goes, she started getting demanding the last like couple weeks I wouldn't see her. It's like, I want you to be with me. I want you to be with me now. I want you to run away with me. If you don't be with me, I'm not waiting anymore. Then don't wait. But when I sit there all year and tell you every week, if you'd like to find somebody else to be more serious with, I'm okay with that. But don't screw me over. Don't use me. Let me know ahead of time, so I don't invest too much money or time or effort into you. And that's what I did. I invested so much into this person. And I got, in the end, all I got to show for it is this Dishonest BrzuCOWski roast and Restrain this, everybody. You're listening to the AngelOfThyNight radio. This is Lord Rick. And please check us out. Let me pull in a plug, www.paranormalghostsociety.org. Your gateway for truth, adventure, and friendship into the mysterious and the unknown, and a combination of mystery, the paranormal, and urban explorations. And if you have not done so, please like and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We have a basketball team that plays 4 seasons a year now, and I want you guys to check it out. We have a really great team. We play up in Reno all year round now, basketball. So it's finally come true. And that was another thing about basketball. Tammy and a few friends showed up, and BrzuCOWski was watching me at practice at the back center here in Carson. And like, she spazzed out. They're here to beat me up and jump me. Like, none of them even cared that she was at my practice. None of them there. They didn't even really look at her. They didn't even talk to her. They didn't even acknowledge her. And she's all like, after that, once Tammy decided I'm going to start coming to your games, then BrzuCOWski's like, I no longer support you. I'm no longer coming to your games. How do you get so jealous of somebody I've known for 14 years that's done me right, has raised my kids, has been there by my side? The difference is that Tammy and I cannot have kids together due to a lot of private circumstances and other things. And I'm not going to get into them on this show. But that's really not her business. You know, and as soon as Tammy started showing to practice or showing to my games, guess what? BrzuCOWski's like, I'm done. I'm out. I'm not showing. It's like, I thought you show to see me play and to support me. And so all along, I think in her sick little way, she was just some jealous psycho bitch who was trying to sabotage my relationship with Tammy. The end of things, she called me a cheater. I'm not a cheater. I have been poly for 20 years of my life. I have multiple times lived with 2 women. I have multiple times had threesomes with 2 girls. It's not always about sex either. It's not always about sex. Sometimes in life, I have my reasons. Sure, I have my reasons for being who I am. But from the beginning, it doesn't matter who I'm with. Right from the get-go of us hanging out a couple weeks, you will know my life story, you will know my views, you will know who I am, and you will know why I do what I do. It's not about sex, not about cheating, because honestly, the way I look at it is I can go get a prostitute and not have to deal with restraining orders and drama and arguing and fighting and spending all this money on you for what? For what? So what, you can tell me through text, have a nice life, and that's all you're worth now and deserve? She talks about what she deserves. What about what I deserve? Like, I deserve $1 million. I deserve the finest pussy in the world. That doesn't mean I'm going to get it. You know, that's all I ever heard is, well, I deserve better. I deserve this. I deserve that. You involved yourself with somebody you knew. You knew for months and months. I told you, I have a girlfriend. I live with her. I made promises to never leave her. If I live with the person and I have a kid and they decide that, hey, we can't be together no more, or we're just going to be friends, so be it. You know, if Tammy decided, hey, you're spending too much time with her and you have kids with her, go be with her, so be it. But I'm not a man that just goes dumping someone off a wagon train because you asked me to and I only know you a couple fucking months. You know what I'm saying? And girls think, oh, you've known me a week on this app. Let's move in together. Let's get married. I don't know who the fuck you are. Date me for a few years. Let's see if your true colors really show or not. And her true colors showed. Her true colors showed. And in a way, the last couple months, I pushed it because I wanted to see what her true colors were like. I wanted to see if she would be vindictive. I wanted to see if she would screw me over. Or I wanted to see if she'd knock on my door like a real adult, all on her own, because she could never do anything on her own. You had to ask her to come to practice. You had to ask her to romance you. You had to ask for everything. She could never just like send you a kind thing on her own and do something on her own. You know, like if you want to do something on your own, you knock on my door and say, hey, I'm sorry for all this. Can't we just be friends, maybe start again, work something out, or let me explain myself? No. You know, like I say, Dishonest BrzuCOWski. Lazy in her love life, lazy as a friend, lazy in her work life, lazy in her college life, lazy in how she lives. Mom, Dad, Grandpa, they pay everything, all her expenses. Go live out on your own, but you know what? I'm going to pay your utilities, I'm going to pay your rent, I'm going to pay your gas, your insurance, your phone bill. You don't have to pay nothing. You could just use your paychecks from your work to just buy tablecloths for you to wear for You could just go buy all the clothes you want at Torrid. No responsibility. It must be nice. How is that not entitlement, folks? That's the type of society we live in. How is that not self-entitlement, correct? That is straight up self-entitlement. So now you can kind of see how I go from the beginning when I talk about self-entitlement, how I end the show with self-entitlement. The first part is brilliant. Because like I say, you could put it, when you put this all together, you could actually put you could put together a dating ad with all this shit, but a truthful one. So guys know what they're getting themselves into. Basically saying, I'm about 250 pounds, I use filters on all my pictures, and I just want to find a guy that will be with me every ounce of the day. And if you go to work, I'm going to be mad, and I'll cut myself up if you don't spend enough time with me. And if you look at any other women, I'm going to become a jealous psycho bitch because I'm just this fine-ass fucking BrzuCOWski. Like I say, you could put a dating ad together with this. I don't chase butterflies or flowers. I like nasty rats and mice. You know what I'm saying? I like rodents. And if you upset me, I'm just going to hurt your feelings and tell you I'll just go out there and get raped. You know what BrzuCOWski always reminds me of? You guys ever go out drinking at nightclubs or bars? And there's always a couple fat chicks at the bar, and they're just like slutting around with every guy because they got to feel like they need attention somehow. Whether it's guys buying them drinks, or they need to be told they're hot, or have guys touching all over them. And it's like these guys only mess with these girls not because they're hot or they're good looking. It's because you get them drunk enough, it's an easy piece of ass. And I'm not saying fat girls are easy. Because I don't want to go there, because I know many respectful women that are chubby chicks, and they don't just sleep with all kinds of guys. I'm saying that bar trash. You know, you go to the bar and you see 2 or 3 girls, and each one's obese, and they're fucking getting drunk, and they're just using guys to buy them drinks. But the way BrzuCOWski was, she could have one sip of any drink and become a full-on fucking slut. We'd go out to the bar, and she'd be all trying to grab my fucking dick, like this, at the fucking bar, and she'd have one sip of booze. Not a shot, more like a White Claw. Like, what is that, like 2% fucking booze or something? I looked at her alcohol, it was like 2.3%. She had one sip, and she's all flirting. It's like, yeah, something's wrong up here. So you know if she's acting that way with you in public, imagine what she's like when she goes out with her friends till 4 a.m. getting fucking hammered. Who knows who's fucking her out in their car or the parking lot? I mean, me and her used to have sex in my truck all the time. So who fucking knows? You know, who knows how many other dudes you're having sex with? And then you want to sit there and like criticize me because I like looking at women, so apparently that must mean I'm having sex with all these girls? I can tell you what I'm not. I can tell you what I am doing, what I'm not doing. What I am doing is I'm home every night before bed. I'm not at a bar. I'm at home, I'm gaming, I'm watching movies, spending time playing with my dogs, wrestling with them. I know I'm home cooking dinner, not at a bar, having the best times of my life, as she calls it. If having the best times of your life is bars only and drinking, you ain't got a life. That isn't having the best times. That's you going out and getting fucking drunk. You're probably an alcoholic or have a fucking substance abuse problem or alcohol problem. My stepfather was one of them. My mom was one of them. My mom and my stepfather were raging alcoholics. My ex-wife had to drink 7 days a week. She used to go to the bars and get drunk. Yeah, guys bought her drinks all night. And it became a habit. Drink every day because it was free. Because those guys thought that she would put out. Maybe she did. Maybe my ex did. And maybe BrzuCOWski was too. But that's not my problem. You suffer from low self-esteem or you don't like how you look. And then people say shit about it and then you're taking all offense to it. Like, do something about it. Go down to the gym and exercise. Stop eating Little Debbie's. Stop whining and pissing and moaning about everything. Not everything's Lord Rick's fault. It's not Lord Rick's fault you're fat. It's not Lord Rick's fault you put on makeup for 5 hours. It's not Lord Rick's fault you claw your arms. You decided to do that. It's not Lord Rick's fault because, that I'm older. I have more sexual experience. That's not Lord Rick's fault. It's not Lord Rick's fault I've been with bisexual females and we've enjoyed fantasies with other girls. Life's about having a good time, having fun, and I'm always one of these guys that's going to have fun. I know how to party, but I can tell you what I do and what I'm not doing. In the last year and a half, the only woman I have been with the only woman I have been with sexually like that and trying to have a child with has been BrzuCOWski. It's so funny how somebody is a shitty person, or they make you out to be a shitty person because they think that the grass is greener on the other side. They think that they're going to find someone better, or better looking, or richer. And sometimes it's in fact the opposite. It's like, you and I, we may have tried to have a kid for a year. But what happens someday if you end up not having any kids at all? Because let's say in a few years you end up getting ovary cancer or something happens. That's on you. It's not on me. I wanted to have kids with you. I wanted to be your best friend. I wanted to be there for you, BrzuCOWski, but now you're just a product of my show. And how's it feel to not be able to defend yourself on my channel and on my show? It feels probably the same way I felt when I just totally get blocked out of your life, and then, you're at your store, I'm there shopping, and you're whispering to all your employees, like, what the fuck, dude? Now you're talking about me too? Why even say anything? It's embarrassing. It really is. Save yourself the embarrassment. This is AngelOfThyNight Radio, folks, where comedy meets reality. And don't forget to go to our Facebook page, give our basketball team a like. It's the Paranormal and Ghost Society Phantom Sports Association. We might be opening up a football team soon. You can check out our games on our YouTube. You can go to our paranormal site where we got thousands of evidence of UFOs, ghost pictures, Bigfoot evidence, reports, pictures, nature pics, mountain scenery. We dabble in a bit of everything. But our site is so massive, we have hundreds of thousands of files and pictures and things. Now that BrzuCOWski's gone, I can continue to add to it because she's gone, so it's freed up a lot of time. And I'm going to start adding on our channel, not just our radio shows, but I'm going to start adding some of my explorations, some of my hiking videos, some more paranormal evidence I'll be releasing. I got about 300 locations to be adding to my site. We already have 1,100 on our website. So when I get done adding these, I'll be up to like 1,500. It's just amazing how much work I've done, especially here out west. And I apologize. It's been a very trying year. I invested all my time in trying to have a bigger family and trying to do right by this Dishonest BrzuCOWski. And I guess what hurts the most and what upsets me the most, all that time wasted. I could have been trying to have children with somebody who would appreciate it. I got friends that are disabled. I got friends that live all over who would love to have more kids, and they may not. I have a friend with a medical condition who will never have more kids again, and people need to appreciate that. Somebody walks in your life and wants to have babies with you, and I was always manipulated. If you do this, Lord Rick, no babies. If you go fight in Ukraine to help the Ukraine people, no babies. You do this, no babies. You look at that woman, no babies. You do this, no babies, no babies. You can start making a song about it. Very manipulative person. One of the most narcissistic, dishonest people I think I've ever met in my life. With absolutely no feelings for me, no care in the world. You are just as ugly inside as you are outside. If your soul's black inside, it makes you a hell of a lot uglier outside. And this is Restrain This with AngelOfThyNight Radio. Honestly, I hope she gets the help she needs. I do. Because she's got a lot of battles coming up with life. And she can't go blaming me for things going wrong in her life, and I'm going to do this to her and that to her. I'm not going to, I'm a good-looking guy, I have a lot to offer. There'll be somebody who'll want to have children with me. As a matter of fact, I already have one or two really good lady friends, and some of them want children. So it's quite possible that a little girl could be on the way in the future soon. So I'm not the least bit concerned. Her loss. You snooze, you lose. And honestly, I don't know why somebody thinks they're all that. I should probably share this text that says, I will never find what I had with anybody else, probably. Nobody like you. Nobody like you, or the way how good you treat me. And I have those texts. And, you want to go on and find another version of me, but that version must be this, or that, a certain way, or else. Fuck you. And I've learned that's the way society works. And so as hosting a talk show, I'm pretty docile about a lot of things, because I think you guys need to, when people hear my experiences, they can kind of compare them to their own. We've all had dating horror experiences, and that's a horror. That really is a horror when you think about it. But I'm not going to lose sleep over it. I'm not. Like I say, it just makes room for some beautiful lady to waltz into my life, and I'm going to have a very beautiful little girl, I hope. And that's something I get to share with somebody and grow with, and I'm proud of that. I love it. I love talking about that kind of stuff. I don't care what people think. I love children, and I wanted more. The woman I was with, the first 2 children we had, she did not want those kids. To her, they were accidents, blah, blah. To her, they were accidents. So I raised my boys growing up. However, with BrzuCOWski, she was raised by 2 parents. They didn't get a divorce. They never hit her. They didn't abuse her. She was a rich child. They gave her everything she wanted. They're like, oh, you don't have to work till you're like 20 years old. And by the way, if you work, just keep your paychecks for fun, and I'll pay all your bills. Oh, and we'll give you a couple cars, too. It's just the only child, spoiled rotten. She's so spoiled, in fact, that it's like I got to give her 24 hours. I'd have to give BrzuCOWski attention all day. Text all night, text in the morning, text in the afternoon. See, my belief, I've always worked for what I have. Even in relationships, you guys know what I'm talking about. I come from a different generation. We don't dump people by text. You gotta kind of blame the mom, because the mom's teaching her to be codependent, not independent. You have to. And you have to wonder about somebody who goes to concerts with their mom and gets drunk. Hey mom, let's go to a concert and get drunk, and then argue in the car on the way home. Both fucking drinking or whatever the case is. I don't know, I'm not there. But, it's like, are you dating your mother? I think it's great when people spend time with their moms and their dads. I never really had that. My dad reconnected after 30 years, and it turned out that things between him and I weren't going to work out too well. Because he had not changed, even since I was a child. He's not trying to be a father or a dad. He's treating me like a kid. He was like, look, I'm not your little boy anymore. It's been 30 years. I got abandoned. And people want to talk about how bad they have it. And I hope she gets the mental help she needs, whatever's going on. But people like her will reject the fact that there's anything wrong with them. And you can't fix narcissism, my friends. You can't fix narcissism. But, truly, I'm going to say, I really wanted to make her happy. But I only can give what I can give, and sometimes it's not good enough. And when something's not good enough for somebody, they think they can always find better. And they just toss you out like a piece of trash. And I've learned that. That's what I learned by being on apps. For me, I'm on apps for other reasons. Because I'm trying to learn about, different lifestyles, different things, different people. It's hard for me. It's hard for me not to have more of a connection in life, because I like my voids filled. I'm a hippie type of guy. I'm always smoking. I'm full of love. I listen to music. I'm just full of love. I'm a teddy bear. I really am a teddy bear. But I got fangs too, just like anybody else. I got fangs. And you're listening to AngelOfThyNight radio. It's just like her dog. Dogs tell you all you need to know about a person. They read people well. My one dog loves her to death. My other dog can't stand her. But like her dog, she has a pit bull mix, doesn't like anybody, tries to hurt everybody. I'm like the only male that her dog's ever really liked. I come over her house, her dog loves me, sits next to me, scratch her dog's head or whatever. Her dog loves me to death. That should tell you something right there. Your dog loves me, man, and I love your dog. But my dog doesn't like you, because my dog senses you're a you're a bad motherfucking person. And I just think it's so funny how people in life, they try to turn things around on a person. They're just like, oh, you're the bad person. You're doing this. It's like you're paranoid. You think that everybody's out to get you. I'm out to get you. this and that. But you know what the truth is I'm good to your pets, I'm good to you, I'm good all around to have in your life, whether we're friends or we're not friends and we're just acquaintance, whatever, but I'm a good, decent human being. I may have my flaws, but I'm a decent human being. I'm not out there committing crimes, committing violence. I don't have a violent rap sheet. I don't have a criminal record. I'm not involved in drugs or alcohol. And her dog sensed I was a good person. Somebody doesn't want to hear that shit, you know? But my dog didn't like her. And my dog at work is around hundreds of people, hundreds. And in public, he's around hundreds of people. He's around 2-year-olds. He's around 80-year-olds. He's around people that have disabilities that tackle him. And my dog likes those people, but he did not like her. Well, there's got to be something more to it, right? Think about it. But see, I will be the best version of myself. And when I'm with a lady that I really love, I will treat you the best. I will treat you the best. And I treated her good. And I have no regrets treating someone good, putting a smile on their face. I have so many pictures of her smiling, giving her gifts and things. I have pictures like that. And I know as a human being, I know I did right. I know I did right. Am I perfect? Fuck no. We're not saints. We don't fly in the sky. We're not angels. We're just humans. And some humans need more love than others. You know, I grew up with no love, nothing. You know, I come from like a very, my childhood was very traumatic. So I was like, I'm never going to be like them. I want to make sure I'm full of love. I want to make sure I give back. I want to make sure I help people. I want to make sure I live my life. I coach basketball. I hike. I go to ghost towns. I'm living my life. Do I enjoy women? Sure. I love being with ladies and girls. I love to play. I love to play. But very few ever get this. If they get past the play stage, this is what's at risk. Because you could care about them, but you can care about a person, but but it's like you can lead a horse, but you can't make a horse. You can lead a horse, but you cannot make the horse drink. And you can't force people to love a person. You can't force a person to keep their promises. And you guys been asking for an episode of Angel of the Night Radio, and I promised one. And we're live here in the Silver State, and this is Lord Rick. You're listening to Angel of the Night Radio. The thing is, there's a lot of struggles in the world. Things get worse and worse. AI, threat of nuclear war. We live on a planet where we're not going to be here forever. We got to make the best of our time. I think in life that it's so important to have friendship beyond anything else. And I'll always be a friend to my listeners, to my members, to people who stuck by me through the paranormal field, being a cryptozoologist, a parapsychologist. I'm good at what I do. And I haven't quit. I'm still doing investigations. My site's it's huge. www.paranormalghostsociety.org. So put that in your browser. When you go to the investigation archives, you can see some of the paranormal evidence and urban explorations. But like I say, you can't go wrong making someone happy. It's just that sometimes people scam others and they figure, well, I got all I can get out of him. It was fun why he paid for this, bought that, and it's like I don't ever want to be someone's sugar daddy. Because see, here's the thing, I make money and it goes for a good cause. It shouldn't go, I'm saying? I'm not going to give my money to some woman just so she could stick around. I always have been one of these guys that have dated or been with professional women. For example, I've been with some nurses, some that work in the trauma unit in the emergency room. I've been with some very classy women. I was with a girl that was like a millionaire, lived in a mansion. And when I say now and then you might want to be friends with benefits, I don't know. But that's keeping it real, right guys? A lot of people have friends with benefits. And, it's so common now with these dating apps. See what I'm getting at with the dating apps? There's a lot of friends with benefits scenarios. And then you got half of the people on there who just, I want to get married. They're young. I want to get married. I want to get married. Just, like within a month, I want to get married. And people just skip the dating and go right on the marriage. Times have changed. You just click the app, and within a day, people are like, I love you. I love you. It's just, it's a crazy scene is what it is. And honestly, I cannot. If I was to review dating apps, I would tell most of my friends, stay the fuck off those apps. This is bad. You stay the fuck off those apps because there's people out there that just take advantage of one another. See, like I said, there's a lesson to be learned. If you can not help it, don't meet a partner on an app. Don't. And I'm not saying there's anything wrong with it, because recently I met a girl named Samantha on an app. She's out of state. Well, she was here. She's back out of state, and she'll be here in a few months or whatever back, and we'll hang out. We'll go do something, because sometimes I just want to hang out. My health is getting so bad that sex is not even an option for me. It really isn't. If I have the potential to have children, then it might be an option. It's just something I got to work past, But I'm not young anymore, and it sucks. I'm not young, but I'm wise. My wisdom is a tool you guys can use. Because I have lots of friends on apps, and every day I'm in a relationship. I found a great person, and what they don't realize, you don't know what their background's like. You don't know if they've been divorced 5 times. You don't know if they stabbed their last husband, or you don't know, you meet a guy, you don't know if he's into kids. It's scary on an app. Look, man, I'm kicking the carpet all over, sorry. It's scary being on apps because you don't know who's who. And when I was talking to BrzuCOWski, that's what I meant by bad things will happen. Instead, I get accused in a restraining order. Oh, you're going to do bad things to me? Why? When you love a human being, why, even after they're no longer around, you still love them. That'll never change. But see, here's the thing. They don't, the thing about pain and the thing about people is when they hurt somebody, they just go happy on their merry way and pretend like they never met you. And they basically hide you. They hide you from their friends, from their parents. They hide you on Facebook. They don't post no pictures. You gotta post them. It's just shame. It's just utter shame. People don't want to announce that they met on a dating app. And sometimes when they meet somebody, the reason why they hide that person is because they're ashamed. Because they're like, well, my mom and dad's not going to like this and that. Mom and dad don't have to know every fucking detail. When you have a relationship or a friendship with somebody, that kind of personal stuff should stay together. You're learning something, folks. Just trying to, I think what more or less what I'm trying to say is that maybe I can help fix mistakes before they happen. People watch my show and then they kind of understand to be a little more cautious on these sites. I was not cautious. I really was not. We all do that. We start to open up a little more and more and more and more and more, and we let that person in more and more, and they start to take advantage of whatever kindness you have. And we've all been there. And so I'm not hosting the show because I'm in pain or I'm angry. I'm none of that shit. I'm hosting the show because I want you guys to get something out of the show. AngelOfThyNight Radio is like an amusement park. And there's just so many different points and aspects and stops that we make along the way while we're on this fucking ride. If that makes sense. And you're listening to AngelOfThyNight Radio, live with Lord Rick. And I am AngelOfThyNight. And I want to say to everybody, I want to wish everybody a good night. Thanks for listening to our show. Thanks for all your love, your support, your kindness. I'm going to head on out of here, drink my coffee, smoke a little butt after the show. And I just want to say, will the real Dishonest BrzuCOWski please stand up? Will the real Dishonest BrzuCOWski please stand up? You know what I'm saying? Please stand up. because she didn't stand up. As a matter of fact, one time we went for coffee, had to walk a couple of blocks, and I never heard the end of it because she had to walk and exercise, and that's just something, most obese people don't really do. I mean, when you're obese, and it's not even obese, that's what lazy people don't hike, lazy people don't walk. I think the only reason why she got rid of me this summer is because we had plans on doing a lot of exhilarating activities, and God forbid, exercise? Fuck no, fuck that shit. Why do you think she was in band and not in PE? Because exercise, just, to lift those legs and get those legs working, that's sacrilege, man. Why do that when you can sit back and use nice guys like me and not have to work and just expect people to buy you breast implants and do for you and kiss your ass, bow down and kiss your ass, and you could just work at the mall and get like a 50% discount at the store you work at and buy the same clothes over and over and think that's like supposed to be sexy to some guy like me, Come on. So, with that being said, everybody, I want to wish you a good night. We're live from the Silver State. And don't forget to restrain this Dishonest BrzuCOWski. Good night, everybody. Thanks for listening. Peace out. And this is AngelOfThyNight Radio, where reality collided with comedy tonight. I'll see you next time, everybody. Peace out.
Will the real Dishonest BrzuCOWski please stand up? Will the real Dishonest BrzuCOWski please stand up? Please stand up. Please stand up.